Welcome, everyone, and welcome to the Pari Center in today's session, Survival, Reappraising the Evidence for Life After Death, a rigorous, open-minded exploration. Understanding whether consciousness continues after death is one of the most profound scientific and philosophical questions of our time. A rigorous, evidence-based, but also open-minded exploratory approach to this mystery has the potential to revolutionize our understanding of human identity, the nature of consciousness, and the boundaries of life itself. What, if anything, survives bodily death, in what form, and for how long are just a few of the questions we will be exploring tonight. My name is Michael Weaver, and I'm a volunteer with the Pari Center, and I am here with your host for today's session, Alex Gomez-Marin. Alex is a Spanish physicist turned neuroscientist. He holds a PhD in theoretical physics and a master's in biophysics from the University of Barcelona. Alex has recently received some notable mentions, including being on the list of OOOM magazine's 100 World's Most Inspiring People. His research proposal, Seeing Without Eyes, won the first Linda G. O'Brien Noetic Research Prize. And I will now hand our conversation and our presentation over to Alex.
Thank you, Michael. We don't need to hear about the prizes. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming here tonight or in the morning if you're in the US or on those latitudes. More than 200 people tonight. Pretty spectacular. Thank you for coming. I think the topic deserves some attention. Let me briefly tell you about the format before we jump into what will happen tonight, the topic and the speakers. Let me share something about the format. We're experimenting here with something that we've done already twice recently, which is use Zoom in a kind of marathon where we bring many, one could say perhaps too many experts on a topic. And rather than having them present for a week, we compress everyone's presentation in only 15 minutes. And I know this is also unfair because the presenters you'll hear today could speak hours about it. They've been investigating this topic for decades. So it's a lot to ask to them to just make their case in 15 minutes with or without slides and without very formal presentations or Q&A at the end. What this allows in exchange is to have in 1 hour or 2 hours or 3 or maybe 4 or maybe 6 hours of session, about 20 plus experts giving us a really a multifaceted view of a topic that's a hyper object. So we are experimenting with this format to address topics that are so complex and require so many points of view that, well, you still need to watch the 6 hours or however long this lasts, but you have a chance to go one after the other with these experts and get this tasting, this nugget, this compressed version of what they think about the topic. So that's with respect to the format. Now, what about the topic? Of course, we did one month or 2 months ago on psychical research and another one on Jacobo Greenberg, kind of a monograph. And this one is on survival, as you'll hear probably, but until very recently, some notable philosophers and even scientists, they still say that consciousness is an epiphenomenon, an anomaly, something, of course, that from a materialistic point of view ought not to happen. But here we're going further than that. I mean, consciousness is obviously very real. Most of us think it's probably fundamental. The question tonight is whether consciousness continues, whether it survives bodily death. And if so, what evidence do we have? What scientific evidence or other kinds of evidence do we have? And whether this evidence is enough to make a case that something continues beyond reasonable doubt. I don't think this is going to be like a mathematical proof tonight where we either conclude it does or it doesn't survive, but it's what's out there that has been studied to the degree that this can be studied, and also have some hints about not only if something survives, if consciousness survives, but what is it that survives, and maybe for how long. And what's interesting about this as well is that if consciousness survives, materialism dies. And materialism has been dead and kind of a zombie for a few decades now, but I think we need to hopefully put the last nail on its coffin and celebrate. And beyond science and philosophy, this question, at least addressing this question, will allow us to go back to the wisdom of other traditions. And when we do that, we can also bring it back to lay people, because this is not just a philosophical or even a theological question. It's a question that matters as to how we live our lives, what we do with our loved ones as they are dying, when they are dead. So it's a mega hyper object. It's a question that can change science as we know it. It's a question that can bring science back to other traditions. And it's a question that has huge impact in our daily life. So here we go. Before we begin, another preliminary, I'd like to honor here. Let me share screen. I hope you can see my shared screen now. I like to honor the memory of 3 of our colleagues who recently passed away: Peter Fenwick, Charles Tart, and Allan Leslie Combs. So that's also a fitting remembrance here, because if I'm not mistaken, well, I wouldn't say these 3 gentlemen believed or known that something survives, but they were certainly investigating it in one way or another. So probably now they know the answer. We don't. So I invite you for a minute to be in silence, or do your prayer, or send your loving wishes to their souls and also their families. Okay. Now, a few more minutes. Please bear with me. I want to share briefly why I'm doing this and why I'm studying this topic and why I'm organizing this event. So, as some of you know, quite exactly 4 years ago, I almost died, and I saw the light at the end of the tunnel. It was a well. 3 figures were waiting for me against a beautiful yellow light. And I knew that if I accepted their help, I would die. I decided not to accept such help, to postpone it. And I came back, and then I recovered after many months, and I'm now back and healthy. Now, when this happened 4 years ago, of course, I had to integrate it at the personal level, and I did, and I'm still doing it. But I decided that I would also try to integrate that experience, that near-death experience, in my professional life. And so as a physicist and as a neuroscientist, I came back to these 2 disciplines and asked my colleagues, asked what I had learned. Well, dear physicists, what do you make of what just happened to me? Not just as a personal story, not just as an anecdote, but as a piece of data, if you will. And honestly, physics have very little to say about it. We physicists have theories of everything except what matters, really, because there are theories about, grand unifying theories. It's amazing. I love them, quantum relativity, how do we put it together? But because we come from Galileo, we're really studying what lends itself to measurement and manipulation and mathematization. And we don't know yet how or whether we can measure and manipulate and mathematize minds or souls or spirits or consciousnesses or anything that is not matter. That's why matter is so mysterious, and also we take it for granted because matter lets us do those things that science does so well. So physics doesn't have a lot to say so far. Maybe it will when we try to incorporate consciousness into physics. Then I turn to my neuroscientist colleagues and, well, what do you make of this? Well, poor Alex, we're glad you're back. But no, really, what models do we have? So bottom line is, I discovered William James' 1898 essay on human immortality. And he clarified it for me, because if the brain is a productive organ, then what I experienced must be some sort of side effect, byproduct, illusion of brain activity. But if the brain is a permissive organ, then we have another frame to interpret what happened. And that makes my experience and many other experiences, which are a long list of anecdotes turned into proper data, they make them a huge analogy. Sorry, a huge, not an analogy. They make it a huge anomaly to understand mind beyond materialism. So since then, I started reading, and I discovered that apart from books and actual research, very well done research, there's a living community. And I'm so honored that a great deal of them are here tonight to share what they know about this. So yes, there's light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, there are people studying it for many years. Yes, there are people studying this very well. It is not freaking pseudoscience. They're doing proper science. Yes, they have their journals, their meetings, their monographs, and this is a proper science that's being carried out by a lot of people who are pioneers and who have been studying this even before I was born, right? So some of them are here tonight again. So that's my little intro. I'm honored that we can celebrate this. And maybe one more note. I could say a lot about this, but I'll just add one more thing. In my view, we shouldn't treat science as the new religion. We shouldn't treat science as that movement that now will provide us with absolute certainties. And therefore we can console our souls and say, sure, it's going to be all right when we all die. I was at that threshold, and I'm not sure myself. I'm very sure that what I saw was very real, was hyper real. But I'm not trying to sell to lay people scientific certainties. I'm just saying there's an opportunity, there's a possibility, a real one, that now science can investigate and can contribute to what many other traditions have said everywhere in the world forever. And science is this anomaly in the history of mankind for the last 400 years. And only very recently, science has decided to study consciousness. And only in the last 50 years, what could say what we are doing officially, near-death studies and so on. By the way, there's more to survival than near-death, as I think you'll see. There are other phenomena that point towards the same place, probably. Now, there are three options, perhaps. One is, if you're a materialist, then when the brain dies, the mind dies. So in a way, you can skip everything that comes after that. There's nothing to say, there's nothing to look for. If you have another philosophical position, whatever that is, that it's not a materialistic one, there's a lot to investigate. And then it's interesting, and I think we'll see it tonight. I don't want to get very technical. Even if you think some of these phenomena are real, still some people think they're due to the psychic powers of living beings, as opposed to giving us clues about survival of bodily death. That's a specific point of contention. So one could say there are at least these three options on the table. Okay, let me say something else about the structure of tonight. So with this kind of experiment, I asked my colleagues, would you like to present? And many of them said they would. So I received about 20 confirmations that people would present. 8 of them tonight will do it live. And this is what I'm going to do immediately now. Just give them the floor one after the other. So thank you for those of you who are coming tonight live to present. And then 11 people said they would prefer to send their recording. And again, we're experimenting, right? So, all right, it's fine. If you don't or you cannot jump online on Zoom, send us your 15 minutes that captures your thoughts on this matter. And so I've received about 11 recordings so far. So first I thought we would go and do this for 6 hours in a row, because if you make the numbers, it's 20 people, 15 minutes each, which breaks. It's about 5 or 6 hours of live event. But now I've changed my mind. And what we're going to do is we're going to have people presenting live, all one after the other, and then I'll wrap up the event. And then what we'll do is we will add the recordings in this recording and upload everything on YouTube. So you'll be able to see everyone at your own pace later. So you don't need to be here for 5 hours tonight. Okay, let me read the names of the presenters for tonight, and then we'll start. So first, we'll have Marjorie Woollacott, then Alejandro Agudo, followed by Gary Schwartz. Next, Alexander Moreira-Almeida, followed by Stafford Betty. Then Bernard Carr. Next, Steve Taylor. And finally tonight, Jeff Dunne. And then in the recordings, you'll be able to listen to the words of Stanley Krippner, Leo Ruickbie, Helane Wahbeh, Jeffrey Long, Janice Minor Holden, Stephan Schwartz, John Ballard, Eben Alexander, Jeffrey Mishlove, Pim Van Lommel, and Bruce Greyson. So as you can see, what are the looks tasting we're gonna have. All right, so let's go for it. And I'm gonna invite to the floor Marjorie Woollacott. And as I said, I won't be doing formal introductions. Marjorie, we're very happy you're here. Yes, yeah. I'll spotlight you. Give me a second. Okay. We're very happy you're here. And yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And so I will go ahead and begin to share my screen. That will take a moment.
Yes.
Okay, hopefully you can see that.
Yes, all yours.
All right, great. So good day to everyone. And again, I'm Marjorie Woollacott, and I'm a professor at the Institute of Neuroscience at the University of Oregon. And as you see, the title of my presentation is Re-Appraising the Evidence for Consciousness, Awareness After Death. The Brain is Not Required. So in exploring research on the fundamental nature of consciousness, I'm going a little bit faster. Let's see if we can get these back in order. Okay, this is the one we want. In exploring research supporting the fundamental nature of consciousness, I'll be presenting data from 3 types of research that I've been involved in. As you see on the slide, first, near-death experiences, next, terminal lucidity research, and then after-death communication. And I will show evidence for the brain being permissive rather than productive of awareness, with brain filters limiting a wider awareness. And when these filters are reduced in meditation or with psilocybin, I give evidence for a direct correlation with the expansion of awareness. So we will first look at research on near-death experiences in peer-reviewed journals, asking how it provides evidence that a functioning brain is not required for awareness. So I will specifically focus on 2 studies, one by Pim Van Lommel and briefly on a case study by myself, though there are many studies by Peter Fenwick, Bruce Greyson, Sam Parnia, and others. In Van Lommel's prospective study, they included 344 patients with cardiac arrest in a Netherlands hospital network, and they were reported as having flat EEG with no brain activity recorded during that cardiac arrest. And on the right side of the slide is a recording provided by a colleague of Van Lommel's showing cardiac arrest and then flat EEG after 20 to 30 seconds. So here is when the heart stops and then the EEG becomes flat after somewhat over 20 seconds. They found that 12% had a core NDE and 1/4 watched and recalled verified events during cardiac arrest with no brain activity. As part of this study, Pim describes the NDE of a 44-year-old man who was comatose with cardiac arrest after being found an hour earlier in a meadow by a passerby. After 90 minutes of extensive CPR, he had sufficient heart rhythm, but was still comatose and transferred to intensive care. A week later, talking to a nurse, he said, "You know where my dentures are," and explained, "When I was brought into the hospital, you took my dentures out of my mouth and put them onto that car." He was able to describe in detail the room in which he had been resuscitated, as well as the appearance of the nurse and others present. Thus, Van Lommel shows clear evidence of awareness in this man during cardiac arrest and in coma for more than 90 minutes. So if awareness is possible during cardiac arrest, why do only 12% of patients report a core NDE? Dr. Sam Parnia proposes that memory may be impaired during cardiac arrest so that a large iceberg of memories is not recalled explicitly. In my published case of the NDE of Stephanie Arnold, she had cardiac arrest during the birth of her second child and had no explicit memory of the event. With recorded hypnotic regression sessions soon after, she had explicit memory of 14 events later verified by hospital staff. When she met one nurse for the first time, she said, "Oh, you are the one that broke my ribs during CPR." She experienced this in hypnotherapy as unfolding again in the moment, suggesting that one may need to return to an altered state to become aware of these associated events. Thus, this is additional evidence for awareness when the brain is not functioning. And regarding brain function in NDEs, Lindsay Gurin, an MD, also noted that there is no activity in the ascending reticular activating system in the brainstem during cardiac arrest and thus an NDE. This area functions to arouse the cerebral cortex, to awaken the brain to a conscious level, and to prepare the cortex to receive the nerve impulses from any sensory modality. And there is no hippocampal function, so there are no brain memory networks. Yet, there can be clear, lucid memory of the events, even from the clinical perspective when the person was unresponsive. So these data do not support the brain as a productive organ of conscious awareness, but as a permissive one. And my next evidence is from studies on terminal lucidity. Terminal lucidity is defined as the return to clarity in the last minutes, hours, or days of life of a person with irreversible brain damage due to dementia, stroke, cancer, etc. Individuals with Alzheimer's disease at the end of life have been documented to have severe damage to nerve cells in key brain structures such as the hippocampus and frontal lobes, documented through MRI and autopsy reports. This is associated with loss of memory, confusion, and the inability to recognize their family members. Yet, research studies document that lucidity returns at the end of life in about 6% of the cases. Just skipped one, there we go. Here are our terminal lucidity study results founded by the BL Foundation, and the project members on our team are shown on the slide. 27 of 38 cases showed a shift from severe cognitive impairment to little or no cognitive impairment during terminal lucidity. And 28 of 38 witnesses said the person had also lost physical abilities, but regained them during the episode. And 32 of 38 caregivers said changes in the patient's condition, medication, or treatment could not have been responsible for terminal lucidity. And here's an example from the study. The doctor said the medical staff said that the lady had been unresponsive for days and was in the terminal phase of life. I came in expecting that she had died overnight and found her sitting up, eating breakfast and chatting with her family. I explained to the family that her bright condition may not last, and she died that night. So our findings suggest that a specific medical diagnosis or physical condition did not account for the arising of terminal lucidity, or the characteristics of the episode, and offer support for the hypothesis that the brain is a permissive organ rather than a productive one. Now, the third research area we will focus on is after-death communication. In this research, scientists explore possible communications from a person who has already passed with thus no brain or bodily function. As early as 1886, Gurney and colleagues recorded over 100 cases of people's encounters with the deceased. They noted that within a given sensory modality, such as vision, an ADC could have varying degrees of internalization versus externalization, ranging from being purely internal, as seen by the mind's eye, to an actual percept that seems to take place in the physical world, mediated by the senses, for example, in obscuring other objects or casting shadows. Now, two different hypotheses could contribute to an explanation of this phenomenon. The first hypothesis, based on a materialist view, suggests that ADCs are just thoughts, that is, hallucinations caused by grief or mental imbalance. A challenge to this hypothesis comes from research that during some ADCs, percipients receive novel information to which they had no previous access. Now, a second hypothesis is based on the view that consciousness is fundamental. Thus, ADCs are actual communications between the deceased and the percipient that are viewed as accurate representations of stimuli originating external to the percipient and transmitted either through the senses or through the form of extrasensory perception, as occurs during NDEs when people are under cardiac arrest. Now, in the study by Woollacott, Rowe, Cooper, Lorimer, and Elsesser, we explored those hypotheses, and we examined perceptual phenomena associated with spontaneous after-death communication in 991 cases. And in the perceptions that were visual, 46% that is, there were different levels of consistency of the deceased individual's visual appearance, with 62% perceiving a solid living being, often more real than day-to-day interactions. Now, Haraldson found similar results in an earlier study, and he said that 73% believed the deceased had been physically present, that is, interpreted as being in the flesh. So we believe the data support the hypothesis that the deceased is being perceived through some extrasensory means in the environment. We, like Gurney, also found that during some ADCs, percipients receive novel information to which they have no previous access. 24% of our sample received information unknown to them previously, suggesting that this was an accurate communication of information from an external source. Thus, we believe that these data also support the brain not being required for awareness, as the deceased individual is communicating after leaving their body. Now, we've offered evidence of specific states in which activity in the brain cannot explain documented experiences. If the brain is not productive, based on this evidence, could it be a permissive organ filtering out a wider consciousness? Our proposal is that there are filters at many levels within the brain associated with perception and cognition that obscure a wider, more expanded awareness of the universe around us, and they are a critical aspect of daily life. What are the filters? Some of them include, as you see on the slide, the sensory receptors themselves that canalize the vibratory information, the ascending reticular activating system in the brainstem, the thalamus and thalamocortical loop, the amygdala, and the higher level attentional filters like the default mode or mind-wandering network, the left brain language filters, and the centers correlated with time and space in the posterior parietal lobes. And here is a summary slide of the many different filters. You see the activating, the ascending reticular activating system, the thalamus and the amygdala in the midbrain, and then the cortical centers, the default mode network, the left hemisphere conceptual filters, and the posterior parietal lobe time and space filters. So let's look at evidence for the brain as a permissive organ. If it were permissive rather than productive, we would expect that decreased filter activity would be correlated with enhanced awareness. And research says yes. Let's first look at research on meditation and see what happens to these filters under conditions that are known to produce expanded awareness with mystical experiences. Let me see, 1 second. I have just, there we go. Next is here. Okay. I'll show evidence for the brain being permissive in this case. I just have to move. I'm sorry, my slides suddenly skipped. Getting closer. Okay, here we go. So if it were permissive rather than productive, we would expect that decreased filter activity would be correlated with the enhanced awareness. And of course, as we said, the research says that this happens. So research by Brewer and colleagues shows that in meditation, there are significant reductions in activity in this key brain network, the default mode network. They made brain scans in advanced meditators versus control participants new to meditation as they meditated. And on the left, the brain scan shows the normal activity in the default mode network in red, showing its bright activity in normal awareness. And the right scan shows significant reductions in the default mode network activity during deep states of meditation. Those blue areas in the scan are those same areas with activity diminished in meditation. And so this shows that the brain becomes still in meditation during expansive experiences as that narrative part of the brain is silenced. This is not what one would expect from a materialist model. This model would predict that reduced brain activity would result in a less enriched experience. And in this slide, you see data from mystical states associated with psilocybin ingestion from a study by Robin Carhart-Harris of the Imperial College London. They compared the brain scans of participants during placebo conditions and psilocybin conditions. And the blue areas in the slide are areas of decreased brain activity. And the decreased activity in these areas was directly related to the intensity and the richness of the subjective spiritual effects. Once again, this is the opposite result from that expected of the brain producing awareness. So in conclusion, I believe the studies from NDEs, terminal lucidity, and ADCs give us evidence that the brain is not required for awareness. And the hypothesis that the brain is permissive rather than productive of conscious awareness is supported by the direct correlations between states of mystical or expansive consciousness during meditation or psilocybin experiences and reductions in the activity of many regions of the brain. If the brain were productive of awareness, we should see the opposite of this. With reduced activity, we should actually become less conscious. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marjorie. Thank you as always for your clear and concise and compelling presentation of different kinds of data, medical and neural and also phenomenological, and weaving together numbers with stories in a way that both sides of the equation, both sides of the divide, the objective and subjective divide are weaved together. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, next we have Alejandro Agudo, and I'll spotlight you. And if you're ready to go.
Hello, Alex. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for being here, Alejandro.
It's a pleasure. Can I share my screen?
Of course, you should be able to.
Let me see. You see that?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So I'm talking a bit about near-death experiences and a concept that I named build reality as one of the evidences in the survival theme. One of the questions insistently raised in the study of NDEs is whether these experiences correspond to reality or are mere hallucinations produced by a malfunctioning brain. This is actually a trick question because in order to judge whether something is a hallucination or not, first, we must be sure to completely know what objective reality is. just to compare. This problem appears, for example, in some scientific papers on the subject. For example, in this article in My Read on Art's interesting study on NDE memories, it is stated that these are flashbulb memories of hallucinations that are really perceived, although not lived in reality. This makes you wonder how the authors are so confident on what reality is. But anyway, to answer the question about the reality of NDEs, we must proceed from the outside in. Are NDEs hallucinations? Well, we do not have a definitive answer, but we do have some important clues. This question was posed by Dr. Manuel Sanz, the head of the digestive surgery department at Bellvitge Hospital in Barcelona, to his colleagues in the Department of Psychiatry. Sanz had already personally witnessed some important NDE cases, and he decided to consult his colleagues. They, after analyzing his cases, explained to him, these experiences do not fit with the hallucinations we see in our department for several reasons. First, our patients with hallucinations usually have psychiatric backgrounds, and yours do not. Second, our patients' hallucinations tend to be mostly negative. Your patients' experiences are mostly very positive. Third, in our patients' hallucinations, there are no common repeated elements. In your patients, yes. Fourth, in your patients' experiences, there is a certain logic, there is a sequence, there are dialogues and even decisions. In our patients, there's no logic at all. And finally, our patients soon forget their hallucinations, and yours remember them clearly all their lives. Therefore, we do not believe that these are hallucinations. Dr. Sanz asked then, what are they? We don't know, but they are not hallucinations. Okay, very well, these are not hallucinations. We have taken an important step, but let's continue inward. Can we be sure that NDEs correspond to reality? One of the greatest efforts yet made to answer this question is embodied in the book The Self Does Not Die by Titus Rivas, Annie Dirven, and Rudolf Smith. Its second edition has just received the Transformation of Worldview 2024 award from the Scientific and Medical Network. This book gathers 128 cases of NDEs appearing in the professional literature and reliable internet sources, in which two elements are fulfilled. First, during the NDE, the patient perceives some specific and objective fact, even if it is insignificant, that he or she then communicates upon the return. And second, there is a third person who corroborates this specific perception. That is to say, we do not rely only on the patient's testimony, but also on someone else who is usually a healthcare professional. Just as in court, we do have a witness. Okay, usually these perceptions occur during the out-of-body phase. For example, seeing a sleeper in a window or on the hospital roof, memorizing the serial number of a device whose plate was facing the ceiling in the resuscitation room, or seeing a pack of strange Danish furniture magazines that have arrived by mistake at the patient house 2,500 kilometers away from where he is in a coma. This verified afterwards. But sometimes that perception or information is obtained during the transcendental phase, even if it seems incredible. One of the most striking examples in the book is a case of the boy Eddie Cuomo, who during his NDE meets his sister Teresa, who lives and is studying at a university in Vermont. Upon learning of this, the parents call Vermont, and the university staff informs them that Teresa had died the night before in a traffic accident, and they had not yet been able to reach them. That is to say, there's a good group of NDEs in which these perceptions occur and are later corroborated. It is true that not all NDEs have these details, this degree of verifiability, but in those that do, verification overwhelmingly occurs. Okay, and finally we have reached the core. What can we say about the rest of the cases, the vast majority? One of the great unknowns is why is there such a variety in the cases? If this is the beginning of the common dying process, shouldn't it be something more homogeneous? Okay, when you read the books by Moody, Kenneth Ring, Sam Parnia, you get the idea that all NDEs follow a fixed pattern. But when you start talking personally with more and more NDEers, you realize that this is not the case. The most repeated pattern is just the absence of pattern. It is true that the famous elements, OBE, tunnel, light, meeting with deceased relatives or light beings, feeling of boundless love, are repeated and appear frequently. But it seems that the personal and cultural load is huge in the design of the NDE. Does this mean that they are not real? Let me suggest a somewhat strange concept. For me, NDEs work like a theatrical representation constructed from two sides. From the patient's side, the most external and less important elements are contributed. The scenery, the costumes for the characters, the elements related to the patient's culture or religion. And from the other side, the essential core experiences of what must happen during the NDE are contributed. The live review, the encounter with deceased relatives, the encounter with the light, and the decision of whether to return or not. And so the full experience put together as a whole becomes a sort of built reality constructed by both sides, but reality nevertheless. Perhaps our concept of reality here is too simple, something objective, external to our mind, and binary, either real or unreal. It may be that in other planes, reality is something more malleable and more mind-affected, and that doesn't mean that it is no longer reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Alejandro. And thank you for pausing in this critical issue of hallucination and making us reflect as to really what is real. And also bringing forth this very interesting triangulation between the personal experience of the witness, but then the expert witness who can, in an intersubjective manner, triangulate towards something we would say objective in the world. And that's actually how science is built, by the way. It's by intersubjective consensus. So this makes a bridge between the first person perspective, another person's first person perspective, and the third person perspective to try to ground these experiences into the real. Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. So next we have Gary Schwartz.
Okay, thank you. Let me just get my PowerPoint up here with the screen share. And hopefully it will be.
Yeah. Thank you, Gary, for doing this.
You're welcome. I'm setting a stopwatch so I can see what the clock is telling me. I'm using a powerful title, which is somewhat rare for me. It's called A Bold Claim, Tipping Point, Definitive Technology Evidence for Survival of Consciousness After Physical Death, ? And since I'm not sure I'm going to reach the end of this presentation, I want to give my thanks up front to, first of all, you, Alex, and the Prairie Center for organizing this special event. And secondly, to my colleagues, primary colleagues, both here and there, who together make this work possible. Now, I want to repeat the claim. It's a bold claim. I am proposing that we can definitively demonstrate survival of consciousness employing technology with cognitive tasks that require levels of complexity of consciousness. And that's going to become very important. Now, the challenge that I face is, how do I give a 30-minute presentation in 15 minutes? Do I cut the number of slides in half? Or do I keep all the slides and skip the ones you would cut? And I've chosen a combination of 1 and 2. I've cut 1, compelling mediumship research, which supports this particular vision, and I will skip most of the philosophy of science and related content, but you'll know it's there. So here we go. What's a tipping point? Well, you've all heard the term tipping point. It's when certain pieces of information or phenomena end up adding to a total set of additional information, and that a change can occur in a system. And these are things that were very important when I was being trained as a scientist. So Neil Miller said, be bold in what you try and cautious of what you claim. Many of you are aware of the skeptic, Carl Sagan, who said, I believe that the extraordinary should be pursued, but extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And it turns out that that's not just a scientific value, but it's potentially an ethic. And I call it the Sagan ethic. And in fact, I've written a book about this that some of you may be interested in. Now, the amount of evidence that's been accumulating over the past 100 years or so that speak to the survival of conscience question is really extensive. And the Bigelow Institute brought a lot of this information together, both quote anecdotal as well as laboratory, in a set of 5 volumes. The convergence of evidence, when so many different pieces of evidence all point to the same hypothesis, one can become ever more secure that maybe the hypothesis is valued. But what I want to suggest is that maybe the tipping point evidence, the thing that's going to push this over, may be the contemporary research on the technology contribution. And I'm going to review a little of that for you here. Now, as I said, I can't speak about mediumship research, but I do want to honor this particular woman who published a total of 30 books in the field of survival of consciousness and life after death. She's been very instrumental in my doing this work. And I've reviewed a lot of our contemporary research, including, if you can imagine this, in collaboration with research mediums of specific, we now call them post-material persons, collaborating and literally posing for a medium who is blinded, who's able to see spirit, and then she draws them. Again, I don't have time for that. So let's go back to the bold claim. Definitively demonstrates survival of consciousness exploring technology with cognitive tasks that require levels of complexity of consciousness. Now, if you're interested, you can explore some of the work that we're doing just during the and during COVID and in the Explore. I'm going to read parts of the abstract because it summarizes it beautiful. It says the gold standard in biomedical research is the multi-center, multi-blinded, randomized controlled trial. In pharmacological research, the RCT is termed a phase 3 clinical trial. This paper presents the core goals and RCT methods developed to investigate automatic experience, presence, and communication, automated. The goals are 1, to use currently available, reliable, and affording technology, total hardware and cost per system less than $4,000. These systems will be provided free to collaborating laboratories. 2, to automate data collection and real-time analyses employing specially designed software. 3, to only require a quiet space used at night in collaborating laboratories. 4, to not necessitate human subject committee approvals at collaborating institutions because the participants are hypothesized spirit participants. And 5, to enable international collaboration regardless of the investigator's personal beliefs about the hypotheses. The research design and methods meet a phrase popularized by Carl Sagan: extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. The design minimizes false positives and false negatives. And this research that I'm describing to you was done at the University of my laboratory for advancing conscious health at the University of Arizona. I present some of this preliminary research in the Explore article. Where right now, literally, as fate would have it, over the past and next week, moving in the laboratory to new space because I now am an emeritus professor at the University of Arizona, and we're moving into a facility here called the Da Vinci Plaza. As far as I know, no relationship to Leonardo, but we're now, instead of shipping equipment, we're setting up remotely operated shared laboratories so that people can access laboratories like into a space telescope in distance and share the space to be able to do these kinds of experiments. Now, in 2020, toward the science of consciousness, I gave a presentation about some of this research, which has yet to be published. And I'll just read the first couple of sentences. Few hypotheses are as fundamentally important to science and society as survival of consciousness after physical death. Obtaining a definitive answer, positive or negative, would have deep significance for humanity. And this is the kind of research that we then did. So this shows what the laboratory, one of the laboratories at the University of Arizona looks like. You can see there are 2 computers here, and there's a desktop over here. There are a total of then 3 monitors. There are various safety measures put in and techniques for removing fraud and tracking temperature and so on. And inside this box here contains a plasma globe and a camcorder. And you'll notice there are also positions here that show hand positions, because although it's hard for people to believe this, the evidence suggests that PMPs, post-material people, can not only collaborate in research, but literally, when instructed to do so, they can put their hands through the box and relate to the plasma globe. I'm not the one that's claiming this per se. Dean Radin, inspired by the Explorer article, decided to do some research. It was published in the Journal of the Society for Psychical Research, 3 separate experiments, and got positive findings with material persons, of course. So here's the box with a monitor that gives the instructions to the PMPs who are invited, and literally they are collaborators, and they come to the laboratory at a designated time, and then they are called by the computer and scheduled to then participate. And this shows you the actual live, a picture of the live plasma globe and the monitor. Now, this is a summary image. These are thousands of images that have been averaged together. In one case, when a physical person is putting their hands outside on the side of the box, And even though they're not anywhere, they're not touching the globe, in contact with the globe, you can see that when you average the data, you can see the streams of the plasma are being pulled toward their hands. And these are when our hypothesized spirit participants, or PMPs, when they put their hands through the box along the side of the box. And you can see, of course, this is greatly, you had to increase the scale tremendously in order to be able to see this, but these are statistically significant results. And you can see that compared to no participant controls, we do not see that the pulling here. So this is a visual example. So what's the goal of this methodology? Goal one is to create sensitive experimental conditions that will optimize replication of the emerging findings. For example, using experienced research mediums, as well as research-tested hypothesized spirit persons, participants, or PMPs provided by the RCT, just like the drugs are provided, and therefore minimize false negative findings. And at the same time, goal two, to employ appropriate control conditions, such as blinding within and between laboratories, as well as safeguards for the integrity of research, to remove the possibility or the appearance of fraud, thereby minimizing false positives. The software is very complex, but it does a beautiful job. Now, this is very important to understand. I'll try to say this within the remaining 5 seconds. We have 4 different levels of tasks. The first one is we call response skill test, to determine if a PMP can reliably make a specified yes or no response when requested. For example, placing their info energy hands on the top versus the sides of a plasma globe. And then if positive findings are obtained, then we move on to the second one. And so let me just show you the result. This is not of a PMP. This is of an experimenter, as well as, by the way, robots that can put a hand, a metallic hand that also attracts the plasma globe. And you can see if they're above, again, this is outside the box, their hands above, you see how the energy is drawn. This, of course, is averaged over thousands of images. And here it's when it's on the side. Now, the second is the cognitive understanding test. So if a PMP can do this, and this requires a lot of consciousness on the part of PMP, not only the intention to participate and follow instructions, but to be aware of what's going on in the laboratory, to be able to show up when they're supposed to show up, to participate when they're supposed to participate, and to do the task, and then for us to be able to validate that they're doing it. The second task is to determine if a given PMP can recognize and discriminate between different classes of things, such as vehicles versus animals, babies versus adults, red versus green colors, odd and even numbers. And then, so for example, the computer will put up, it'll say, for example, like I am not a robot test, it'll say, is this an animal? And hopefully the person would say no. But if this is an animal, another picture comes up, they would say yes. So they make a no response to the first, a yes to the second, if they understand and are conscious of the task. Is that an animal versus is that an animal? Now, if they can pass this kind of test, then we have what we call a personal identification test. For example, to determine if a given PMP can reliably identify himself or herself when presented with specific information, such as names of parents and siblings, birth dates and birthplaces, occupations such as a physicist, dates and cause of death that fit or do not fit a given PMP. So we'll put up on a screen, we'll have is your mother's name Frida, for example, versus is your mother name Cecilia. Now, one of these two needs to fit the PMP has been selected to fit this person. The other one fits another person. Is your father's name Mayer versus is your father named Milton? Now, if you keep answering these questions and the order is randomized and so on, the only way that a person can get positive findings with the technology is if they understand the questions and they can identify themselves, just like you and I, we do when we have to identify ourselves, for example, for a bank. Then type 4, if this is the case, we have advanced knowledge tests. For example, to determine if a given PMP is an expert physicist by providing specific formulas which are correct or not correct. And I picked one that required just that you know physics, not that you be an expert. So for example, are these formulas correct? Or are these formulas correct? And again, if you're just guessing, you're going to get 50%. We then did a dual center, one in Arizona and one in Ohio, multi-blinded, hypothesized participant and no participant control. The bottom line was, I don't have time to explain this, but we had two laboratories running simultaneously in the middle of the night. These are from the 4 different computers plus the computer that the screen that the PMP was seeing. And on a given night, the PMPs would either go to the university laboratory or the other laboratory in Ohio. But we, the experimenters, were blind as to which laboratory they would go to. So if they went to the University of Arizona, the other laboratory was collecting no participant control data, and vice versa. And we did both unblinded and blinded experiments. And these are what are called double delta scores, where the yes response was hand on top, no response was hands on the side. It amplifies the difference. And you expect to see a plume, we call it a plume, in the center where the light's pulled up. And then these are plot profiles. And you can see, particularly for the CU stands for cognitive understanding, PI stands for personal information. Coincidentally, the personal information seems to be stronger the more emotional contact. And you can see in all cases, when you look at the region of interest and the averaging, and this is all statistically significant. Well, I have gone over my time, so I'm going to have to stop this. There are different explanations for how this occurs. And the question is, what do you think? Would you conclude that such a laboratory-controlled technology research could be a tipping point for definitively demonstrating survival of consciousness, collaborating, intentional, intelligent consciousness? And would you conclude that this is possibly a Wright brothers moment for survival of consciousness? What I'm going to do is just skip through here, but I want to say there are reasons for hope, and part of the reasons for hope is that there are participants on the other side who happen to care, and another reason is because there are organizations like these organizations that are bringing this kind of work forward. And again, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. Thank you for this bold, original, and creative presentation, this approach, which aims at something very important, grounding this research into laboratory standards for methodological robustness and replication. And as you posed the question to us, right, what do you think? Well, it's interesting. You're presenting a Turing-like test for the diseased. And ironically, some people would be more willing to believe that their AI system has consciousness than perhaps believe, according to this data, that there's something on the other side, that somehow, not just through technology, but through an actual physical system is getting through. So that's just for us to ponder what we believe, what we prefer to believe.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gary, for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
All right. So next we have Alexander Moreira-Almeida. I'll spotlight you. Yes, here you are. Thank you very much for presenting your work and sharing what you know, which is a lot, about this multifaceted question. The floor is yours, Alexander.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you all for listening to us. It's a great pleasure being here with so many distinguished colleagues. I'm Alexander Moreira-Almeida. I'm professor of psychiatry at the Federal University of Juiz de Fora in Brazil. I will present some reflections about the scientific study of consciousness survival, especially the barriers and the way forward. Okay, so I will try to not to focus on the evidence specifically, because I imagine that many other colleagues will discuss the evidence, but I will discuss more the barriers to an analysis, a more rational and balanced analysis of the evidence, And some of the main barriers are exactly misguided epistemological and historical assumptions about consciousness and mind, and also some physicalist or religious dogmatism. And we also propose some way forward, especially some model for survival consciousness that could have some heuristic power to foster research. So first, I think before discussing the evidence, we need exactly to address several misguided philosophical and ideological prejudices that cloud a fair, rational analysis of the body of empirical evidence. The point is, if you believe since the beginning that it is completely impossible, the possibility of survival of consciousness, if you believe that there is no way to disprove or to falsify the idea that the brain produces the mind, so it will be useless to present any sort of evidence. The point is that many people think that it has been proved scientifically that the brain is the product, it produces the mind, and there is nothing beyond that. And we have addressed several of these myths or misguided assumptions. Of course, I will not have time here to go in depth in this myth. But for example, one idea is that neuroscience has proved that the brain generates the mind. So, of course, this is one hypothesis that we need to take in consideration to analysis. However, it's far from being a scientific fact. Or the idea, for example, the idea that survival of consciousness or any sort of spirituality, of transcendental understanding of reality, something that goes beyond the physicalist perspective, is rejected by all learned people. Or, for example, the idea that physicalism, in the sense that everything that exists is composed by physical force and particles, that this is a scientific fact, or this would be a requirement for science. So these are some of the most common misguided assumptions that actually are not true. There are very good evidence showing that many learned people reject physicalism, that many scientists and good philosophers on this, that physicalism is actually a metaphysical assumption about reality and not a physical, a scientific proved stuff. So after addressing these objections, it would kind of clean the field to present and to permit a fair analysis of the evidence. Okay. And so after cleaning the field, the next point is exactly to present the evidence, because many people in general population, in scientific community, and even in religious or spiritual communities, they are not aware that the idea of survival of consciousness, of the soul, of the spirit, whatever the name we call it, has been turned in a scientific question. Of course, everyone knows this is a topic for millennia from religions, spiritual traditions, and also of philosophy. However, most people are not aware that there has been more than 150 years of research conducted by some of the most brightest minds in science and in philosophy. So the idea is that the survival of consciousness can be translated in a scientific subject, especially if we look for evidence for the continuity of character and memory. That is what constitutes us as persons, as personality. So there has been a lot of evidence on this, and many of the talks are covering these ideas. And we ourselves, and with two other colleagues, we have put together the main empirical scientific evidence for survival regarding scientific investigations of several very common, prevalent experience worldwide and throughout history: out-of-body experience, near-death experience, apparitions, mediumship, and court. case of the reincarnation type. So, of course, people need to have some position about survival. However, most people have their positions on the subject without knowing any of the actual evidence, either to accept or to reject. And one of our main ideas is that the several sorts of empirical evidence, and we think the three of the most robust groups of evidence are exactly near-death experience studies, mediumship studies, and core, the reincarnation type studies. This kind of phenomena, they provide strong evidence that put together are strongly suggestive of the survival hypothesis. For example, just to give an example, in mediumship, when the mediums produce information, even in double-blind protocols with controls for fraud, for information leakage, for chance, produce information that is accurate and very precise. And for example, a near-death experience, when people have clear consciousness, despite the brain is not functional, when they have veridical information, for example. So many of this and the reincarnation type, when children, very young children, they start to report not only factual information about the deceased person, but also personality traits, birthmarks, and many other stuff. So each of these evidence, or in each of the specific studies, of course, there are weaknesses, there are some limitations. However, if we think about the evidence as a whole and trying to really get an explanation that would make sense of the whole body of evidence, I think, and many other authors agree with that it's very compelling that survival hypothesis is the simplest and the more natural explanation. So I think the idea of analyzing the survival evidence, not piece by piece. Of course, we need to analyze the individual evidence, but it's very essential to really have a sense of the weight of the evidence and analyze it in the context. Because as we know, as in any other scientific field, there is no definitive evidence in physics, in chemistry, and biology, in any area, medicine, in any area. We have evidence that are suggestive, that are coming together in some direction. So I think in survival is exactly the same. So one of the major aspects is exactly to see the evidence as a whole. And this evidence has been presented. And for example, and it has been nowadays very well discussed in mainstream academic environment. It's not a taboo anymore. For example, this book that we published a few years ago, it was published at Springer, one of the most respected scientific publishing house. And also we have received book reviews from many different areas in many different countries, very positive reviews. So the evidence has been formed by many other researchers, like many of that are working in this event that we are having here. We are spreading the word about this, and the positive answer from mainstream science has become more and more. However, there are some barriers to a fair examination, not only those misguided philosophical assumptions, but also two kinds of dogmatic skepticism. So especially the dogmatic materialist and the dogmatic religious person. Both will reject to take a look at the evidence because they know in advance what is the answer. So the dogmatic physicalist or materialist, they know in advance that there is no such thing as survival of consciousness, that it is impossible, so it's a complete waste of time to analyze the evidence, because they know already that it does not exist. On the other side, the dogmatic religious person, they already know what exists afterlife. So they don't need to take a look at any evidence, and they will reject any evidence that does not fit their previous mindset or dogmas. So it's very interesting. The two extremes, as usual, they share the same denial of the evidence, the dogmatic materialist and the dogmatic religious person. So now, how can we move forward? First, addressing these misguided assumptions, addressing these cultural barriers, and presenting the good evidence for survival that we already have. But now it's very important to move forward. And we have recently published exactly a model, a pragmatic interactionist framework to move forward the research on survival of consciousness. We should go to the next step. We already have a lot of evidence. Of course, we need to produce more evidence for survival. However, it's very important that this new evidence is produced in a theoretical framework, in a candidate to become a paradigm to advance research. We cannot just add small pieces of isolated evidence. So based on this, we developed a scientific framework for the mind-brain relationship in which the mind is beyond the brain and can survive the brain, based on the scientific studies of spiritual and anomalous experiences. We were guided by two epistemic principles. First, an enlarged empirical base. We need to analyze as much as possible all sorts of human experiences, and also the idea of an expanded naturalism. Naturalism in the sense that nature can be composed not only by physical force and particles, but also consciousness could be something fundamental. So it will still be natural and naturalism, but not supernatural. Okay, so expanded naturalism. And some of the main components of this framework is exactly an interactionist mind-brain relationship. The mind exists and functions beyond the brain and survives bodily death. And the brain is a tool and a filter for the mind manifestation, like Marjorie presented previously. Based on that, we have advanced several research proposals to advance and test the framework. First, in-depth, 360-degree studies of the good specimen of the class. So we could study exactly those people who are have very developed levels of these spiritual or anomalous experiences, what William James used to call the good specimen of the class. We should study more and more in the mind over brain phenomenon, to study also free will, the possibility of humans go beyond extreme social and biological factors. Also, like Marjorie also present, enhance the mentation with this functional brain. Reports of veridical hallucination and extracerebral memory, and early sharp personality difference between monozygotic twins. These are some examples of this. So we have proposed here some research strategies exactly in this mind-brain relationship, for example, especially in top-down influences like placebo and nocebo effects, anomalous healing, sudden change, sudden psychological change, and even this difference between monozygotic twins. And especially in mind beyond the brain, like extrasensorial perception, veridical perception in many of these experiences, and specifically, of course, mind survival in survival research regarding personality traits, memory, and so on and so forth. And for those who'd like to know more about this study, we have our book translated to German, to Spanish, and also to Portuguese, and here are my contacts. Thank you very much. It has been a great pleasure being here.
Obrigado, Alexander. Thank you very much. I particularly enjoyed how much you did. First, clearing the decks of confusion and bias and ad hoc assumptions, then surfing quickly through the data, the evidence that points towards the same place, most of it. Thirdly, remarking that there's no definite evidence, there's no final case, otherwise we would be bordering scientism here. But then even moving to more data, other kinds of data, and the need for theory. So I think that was very, very complete. Thank you, Alexander. All right. Okay, let's continue. So next we have Stafford Betty. I'll spotlight you.
I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you for coming tonight and sharing your research and thoughts about this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Am I ready?
Yes, ready to go.
Okay. My name is Stafford Betty. For my PhD at Fordham University, I translated into English a philosophical text written in Sanskrit. My career at California State University, Bakersfield, wandered afar from this early work, as you can tell. I was hired to teach Asian religions, but I found our course on death more to my liking, especially its coverage of the various afterlife beliefs. Much later, in my 60s, I found my true calling, which was afterlife research. Today, I am most known for my books on the afterlife, beginning with evidence that points to the reality of an immaterial self or soul that is essentially who we are and that survives death. Such phenomena as deathbed visions, the near-death experience, apparitions or ghosts, reincarnation memories of small children, instrumental transcommunication, and terminal lucidity, and more, cannot be accounted for by a materialist science that assumes the brain gives rise to all our experiences and that we will cease to exist at death when it ceases. On the contrary, these and similar experiences point with great force to the reality of an afterlife. But I was not content with an assurance that we survive death. I wanted to know what life after death might be like. Was there any reliable evidence? I discovered that there was. The many accounts by spirits speaking to us through reputable mediums struck me as fascinating, inspiring, and above all, believable. This is no place to go into this evidence, but my two books, The Afterlife Unveiled and Heaven and Hell Unveiled, do so in depth. Now allow me, as I move momentarily to another subject that will at first seem disconnected to all I've said so far. In my late 30s, I wrote my first novel, The Rich Man, which was published by St. Martin's. The rich man is a biblical character who rejected Jesus' call to follow him. He reminded me of myself in some respects. 14 years later, Penguin published a second biblical novel, which tells the story of the Apostle Thomas, Doubting Thomas as he is known, as he travels through India looking for converts. Again, he reminded me of myself. A dozen years later, I again felt the urge to write fiction, but this time the subject was not religion, but the research I had been doing on the afterlife. So I began writing novels set in the afterworld. These novels bring vividly to life the research I did for my earlier work. I don't regard them as science fantasy, but research-based stories about the experiences people have after they die. They're an attempt to reach people who don't have a stomach for research. I'm working on the fourth of these novels now. Unlike the first three, which deal primarily with decent souls, this one focuses on corrupt ones, living out their karma in the twilight worlds, sometimes referred to as the Shadowlands. In my view, these are real environments. Seeing them as such provides incentive, I hope, for readers to clean up their lives and get started on a life of service to the world they live in now. None of my novels were written primarily to entertain, but to educate and inspire, though entertainment is, of course, essential for successful fiction. As you might suspect, I am essentially a moralist. In fact, the main reason for my interest in the afterlife is moral. Accountability for one's life decisions is a prominent theme in all the spirit literature reaching us through mediums. And I seek to drive home this message. If there were no accountability for the deeds of our lives. If Jack the Ripper and Mother Teresa had the same kind of experiences following death, I would find study of the afterlife jejune. I would lose interest in it. One good way to get a sense of what I stand for is to read a short passage from my novel, The Afterlife Therapist. It will show how I blend research with entertainment. Two elderly men, Aidan and Rupert, have just died and are resting at one of the receiving stations. Aidan, the book's main character, was a counselor before his death. So here we go. As Aidan became more alert, he began talking to the patients around him. He discovered that most, like him, had died of cancer. He began to take note of his environment. No wall blocked his view of the outside. He looked out over a welcoming green landscape of gently rolling hills on the left and a wide, glistening river on the right. His eyes were not only 20/20, it was as if he could see 100 miles beyond. But he felt weak, not ready to jump into the beautiful new world that spread out in front of him. He had to be content for a few more days, the staff told him, with just looking. Not even visitors were allowed, no welcoming committee. Not yet, anyway. He saw thousands of houses tucked into woods or spread out across the open plain below. Here and there, quaint towns and a large gleaming city with impressive buildings stood out. He watched people, tiny moving dots, gliding along tree-framed boulevards or hovering above buildings and monuments. He thought of the poor attempts by spirits working through mediums to describe this world and smiled. His study of the afterlife had prepared him somewhat. Basically, this guy's a little like me. Something that couldn't be said for most of the other patients. Still dazed and groggy from their long illnesses, most found themselves confused and needing instruction. Those who thought death meant extinction had trouble even believing they had died. They thought they were recovering from their illness, but wondered where they were. The man next to him, whose name was Rupert, was one of these, and not even the hospice counselors had been able to convince him he had died and then survived. Again, Aidan, even in his weakened condition, thought he would give it a try. "Tell me about yourself, Rupert." It suddenly occurred to Aidan that he was picking up in the astral world where he left off back in the physical. He was counseling. "Can you believe it? These idiots are trying to tell me I've died." Why do you find that so hard to believe? Rupert looked dubiously at Aidan. "Look, friend, I'm a scientist. I'm thinking. I'm talking. My brain is working. It's working better than it has in a long time. Much better. If I was dead, my brain wouldn't be working at all. I haven't been able to get this obvious point across to anybody. I'm surrounded by religious nuts, and they call themselves nurses. It's amazing. This is a beautiful place, but it must be some kind of cult. How did I ever end up here? Where's my wife?" He then darted a hostile look at Aidan. "Are you in with them?" "Don't you think it's odd? Your wife hasn't visited you," said Aidan, diverting the question. "I'm not sure she knows where I am. I told the staff to call her, but they said they couldn't. My wife's not with me either. She knows where I am, but she can't reach me. My name's Aidan." Aidan extended his hand and smiled, and Rupert took it hesitantly and shook it weakly. "We'll be out of here in no time," Aidan said. "By the way, if you don't mind my asking, how old are you?" 88. "You? 88? Aidan looked around and called over to a nurse. A young woman glided over. "Yes, how can I help? Would you bring me a mirror?" "I'd be happy to." She glided over to a counter and came back with something that resembled a small handheld mirror. He glanced at it and gave it to Rupert. "Take a look at yourself." Rupert took it and looked. "Good God! I don't look a day over 40. What the hell?" The nurse laughed, and Aidan smiled and asked, "Mind if I have a look?" Aiden took the mirror and discovered the same thing about himself, except that he looked more like 50 than 40. He looked at Rupert and said, "It's amazing what death does for one, don't you think?" Rupert looked at Aiden, stunned. "Death? Christ, you mean? No, that's impossible." He put on his sternest face. "I took you for an educated man." "He's educated, Rupert," said the nurse with a laugh. "In fact," "Wait a minute," said Rupert, sitting up suddenly on his bed. You mean? His face lit up. He smiled a broad smile of happy shame and looked around as if he were the biggest fool in the whole world and said, "Holy shit." "Rupert, you finally understand," said the nurse. "You get it." She looked at Aiden and winked, then back at Rupert. "Now we can release you. And incidentally, back on Earth, there's a memorial service scheduled. We didn't think you'd make it, but now we'll send you on your way and even escort you. Of course, no one will see you. It would be like you were spying, seeing who attended, listening to nice things people say about you. It's up to you." Rupert was too astonished to answer. Aiden extended his hand again, and this time Rupert, with head slightly bowed, sheepishly shook it with more conviction. I find a tremendous concern with what follows death in people of all ages. Today, I reach out to them on TikTok as the Afterlife Professor. So far, I've made 50 videos averaging 6 minutes. Viewers who don't have time or don't care to read often find them helpful. 70% of my 2,000 followers are women, most of them between 35 and 50. What they hunger for is not so much evidence of an afterlife, my primary concern, as information, as confirmation that their loved ones are within range and can be contacted. Many have expressed gratitude for the reassurance I give them on this topic. I am concerned not to make the afterlife seem a positive experience for everybody for fear of encouraging suicide. I consistently remind the viewer that we are all accountable for the lives we lead and that we can't escape our karma. I close most of these videos with this simple message. Meanwhile, friends, be a force for good in this world. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Stafford. That was a lovely surprise to watch and listen. Thank you for bringing in the moral concerns and also for the narrative style. I was thinking as you were presenting that I often emphasize that science stands on 3 legs, theory and empirical data, of course, which allow us to walk, but also on a 3rd leg, which has to do with politics, media, other ways of expressing, other ways of telling the story. So it was quite timely and beautiful to watch you tell the story. Plus, adding to that, the TikTok reference. So not only through literature, but also through modern means of getting the message across. Lovely. Thank you, Stafford. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so next we have my dear friend, Bernard Carr. So good to see you, Bernard. Thank
you, Alex, very much
for participating in this. Really looking forward.
A delight to be here. So I'll share my screen. So I hope that's working. I'm Bernard Carr, and I'm a physicist by profession. I'm a cosmologist, but I've also had a lifelong interest in psychical research and also in survival. And at first, that might seem a bit strange because not many physicists are interested in survival, and not so many people who believe in survival are keen to link it with physics. But I'm going to try and convince you that there is an important connection. But this is part of a more general point that, in my view, physics has to expand in order to accommodate consciousness. And thereby it will provide a link between matter and mind. And I myself that's been my remit, I suppose, for 50 years, to try and provide such an expansion of physics. Now, psychical research is a particular example of how you make that link, because if psychical phenomena are true, it implies that consciousness can in some way interact with the physical world. And therefore, if you want physics to be complete, it has to be able to accommodate that phenomenon. Now, of course, psychical research doesn't only focus on the issue of survival, but it's always been one of the central issues, even among the founders. And some of the evidence from psychical research, either explicitly or maybe implicitly, does hint at the existence of survival, of consciousness after death. And but I want to emphasize that the evidence for this is coming not only from these survival, in other words, the evidence that consciousness survives death, it also comes from the reincarnation studies, which says that our consciousness existed before birth. And I'm not sure if other people are going to talk about that, but I think it's important to bear both of these in mind. And I'm just highlighting really two interesting books, one by Bruce Greyson, After, which is about near-death experiences, and by Jim Tucker, which was on reincarnation, called Before. I don't think they're actually talking, so I thought I would like to mention those important books. Now, of course, there is an issue, and that is that although psychical research is trying to provide evidence sometimes for survival, other people take the view, well, actually, I don't know where this little twiggle has appeared, Allan, Alex, but anyway, other people take the view that actually what you take as evidence for survival might actually come from psychic abilities. So, for example, we've heard about mediumistic communications, but some people will say, well, maybe the medium just gets the information from the mind of the sitter by telepathy. Poltergeists, for example, are a famous phenomenon, and it means noisy spirits. So the traditional explanation of poltergeist is that it is a spirit. But the more modern explanation, beloved to parapsychologists, is that it reflects the psychokinetic ability of some person going through some trauma to produce the physical effects, like the moving of chairs and things. So there is a debate that goes on among parapsychologists as to whether psi or super psi explains the evidence for survival. Personally, I don't think it does, but the point I want to make is that what's the more important implication of psychical research is that it shows that there is, if you like, that mind is non-local, that our minds, instead of being private and locked inside of our brains, are actually connected. And in fact, I would go further and say there's a lot of evidence that our minds are all connected as part of a universal mind. And that's how you can explain telepathy, for example. And many people have written about that. That's a book by Larry Dossey called One Mind. But what's important about that is that if this is true, if really there's only one mind, our brain has to be interpreted as a filter of consciousness and not as a producer of consciousness. Now, that, of course, is not the mainstream view. However, we heard, in fact, we had a very nice talk by Marjorie Woollacott in which she was providing the evidence that actually the brain is a filter rather than the producer of consciousness. She was talking specifically about near-death experiences and terminal lucidity, but there are other examples, psychedelic effects and Savant syndrome and things like that. But actually, I would say that psychical research itself is providing the evidence, that it is not, that brain is not the producer of consciousness, because otherwise you couldn't explain some of these phenomena. However, if you do believe the filter theory, that, of course, is interesting, because what it's saying is that if my consciousness is not generated by the brain, it could clearly, in principle, survive the death of the brain. However, that begs the question, what is it that survives? And what is the nature of my identity? If I think my identity survives death, what is the nature of that identity? And that really is really crucial, because you see, a fascinating question to me is that if you've got one mind, which we might call mind with a capital M, if somehow that's got to fragment into these billions of minds with a little m. And that raises a crucial question. Why am I me? Why am I Bernard and not Alex? And to me, I think this is a fundamental question which any theory has got to address. And I have my own approach to it. It's telling us something crucial about the nature of time. But if you're talking about survival, you better be able to answer that question. Now, the title of my talk was Can Physics Make Space and Time for Survival? Well, first of all, let me explain how physics makes space and time for matter. So, first of all, the standard view, of course, for many years was that space is three-dimensional. That was a Newtonian view. But we know that at the turn of the 20th century, Einstein came along and he told us, no, actually, we have to have reality being four-dimensional. You've got three dimensions of space and the one dimension of time. And so that's saying that the only way to reconcile all our perceptions of the world is to say reality is four-dimensional. Well, then he also was explaining gravity by saying space-time is curved. But then in the 1920s, two physicists called Kaluza and Klein, they said, well, if we have a fifth dimension, an extra spatial dimension, that can also explain electromagnetism. So this was what's called the Kaluza-Klein paradigm, except the extra dimension is wrapped up very, very small, so you don't see it. Well, that was forgotten for a while, but in the 1980s, superstring theory came along, and that by then there were many other forces to explain, and that says, well, actually, there's 6 extra dimensions, so there's 10 dimensions in total. And there were many versions of superstring theory, but then in the mid-90s, it was realized that you could put those all together as part of one theory called M theory. And so M theory is something many physicists are very attracted to, because it's close to a final theory of physics. And so I can summarize this by this little diagram showing how the history of physics is a sort of a history of paradigms of increasing dimensionality, going from the three-dimensional Newton theory all the way up to 11-dimensional M theory. And I particularly like one of these versions. In one of these theories, you expand one dimension, so it becomes an extended fifth dimension. And then within this picture, it's called the Randall-Sundrum picture. The material four-dimensional world is just a slice. It's what's called the brane, B-R-A-N-E, in this five-dimensional bulk. Now, of course, this is not easy to understand, but and I'm not expecting you to be able to visualize all these dimensions. I'm just trying to get across the point that these are ideas coming from mainstream physics, even though most mainstream physicists will be very skeptical of anything I'm about to say. But the other point is, of course, it completely demolishes our common sense view of reality, which is basically the classical three-dimensional view. And that's just the price we pay. We've got this beautiful theory which unifies our understanding, but it completely demolishes our common sense view of reality. And of course, that view is further demolished by quantum theory, which makes the world even weirder. But I'm not going to have time to talk about that. And Gary emphasized the fact that this is what has extended. I mean, one somehow wants to get consciousness into this picture, because what is missing from this triumphant picture of physics is any reference to consciousness or mind. So it's, in some sense, it's the triumph of mindlessness which physics has given us. And I personally don't think that it's not really a theory of everything, M theory. It's a theory of particles, and we need a more extensive theory. And Gary mentioned the Academy of the Advancement of Post-Material Science, and so I would also want to highlight that as an important development, because addressing issues to do with survival is one of the goals, I think, of the AAPS. But now what about space for mind? This is a picture of Descartes, and making the point that we're going to need a space and time for mind, but it's not going to be the usual space. It won't be the space and time of physics. And first of all, there are different sorts of mind. First of all, there's normal mind. That's to say the sort of mind that even mainstream psychologists and neuroscientists and physicists will say must exist, even if they don't think it's to do with physics. And there's a phenomenal space, is the space of our perceptions, which obviously relates to physical space in some way, and perceptual psychologists study that. There's the space of our visualizations. If you have eidetic imagery, it's very, very vivid. Our memories exist in a sort of space. Dreams, if you have lucid dreams, which I do, I mean, dream space is just like physical space. So it takes place in a space. But now what about the space for paranormal experiences? Well, there again, I mean, apparitions, for example, you may reject apparitions as hallucinations, but for example, there are collective apparitions where many people, several people may see the same apparition, but from different perspectives, as though it's in a space, although it probably isn't really physical space. And there are also what are called threshold experiences, which are when you're on the border of waking and sleep, and certain things seem to happen. You hear footsteps, you see old hag sitting on your chest, as in this picture, and things like that. But it seem to be physical, but actually they're not really happening in the physical world. Probably they wouldn't be filmed by a camera, for example, but it's experienced. And indeed, the whole point about psi, it seems to me at least, that it implies our minds are in a sort of space. So that if you have telepathy, it's because this image is in some sense in a collective space. And if you can have clairvoyance, it's because in some sense this mental space, what I call this universal mind, includes physical space. Then we go on to what you might call transpersonal mind, if you like, more mystical experiences. Transpersonal is maybe a more acceptable term for the mainstream, by which I mean things like OBEs and near-death experiences. They are ostensibly spatial experiences. If you have an OBE, you are in a space and it looks like physical space. If you have a near-death experience, it involves spatial components. You go through a tunnel, you cross a bridge. So it seems to me that all of these experiences involve a space, and mystical experience, sometimes people say it transcends space and time, but actually there are a certain class of mystical experiences which also involve a space. So the point I'm making is that what you need is some space, but different from ordinary physical space-time. So it has to be a higher dimensional space. And then what I'm saying and what my proposal is that you identify this higher dimensional space required to explain mind with the higher dimensional space of physics. And so I've just reminded you of that little picture of the brain and the bulk. If our physical world is just a slice of a higher dimensional space, you're bound to ask, well, what else is there? And the only other things I experience are my mental experiences. So although most of my physicist friends will probably be aghast at this suggestion, because M theorists don't want their theory to be associated with such esoteric ideas, it seems to me a very natural assumption that you have a higher dimensional space which can accommodate mental phenomena. And then the question arises, well, what about survival? Because survival clearly needs if there is survival of the soul, in what space does the soul reside? And it's clear that if there is a survival space, I'm wanting to put that into this higher dimensional picture as well, because there is obviously a link between survival space and dream space. In dreams, you often meet dead people. In memory space, your memory is going to define your identity. And a link between OB and NDEC space explicitly, because of course the idea is if you actually do die, your NDE experience space turns into survival space. So I think the question of survival should be seen in that context. But now I also talked about space and time. So let me just end by talking about time. The point about time in physics, I explained that in Einstein's theory, time is a fourth dimension. But actually, the key point about consciousness is it involves the passage of time. And the way to think, you might think of this as you've got space and time, there's the world line of the brain. And in some sense, you think of the passage of time, that consciousness is like traveling up the world line of the brain, rather like a bead going along a wire. The trouble is, that's not true in relativity. In general, in relativity theory, you've got the block universe, past, present, and future coexist. There is no passage of time. And the only way you can overcome that, well, and nor is there any free will, because you think that you can have a decision whether to carry on watching my talk or leave. You think you've got a choice, but you haven't according to relativity. It's a block universe. So basically, consciousness cannot be explained by relativity theory. What you need to do, in my view, you have to invoke an extra dimension which is associated with mental time. And so this may seem a bit technical, but I'm saying you need to go beyond current physics, and you do it by invoking this extra time. The other crucial concept is the idea of specious present. There can only be a passage of time. There can only be an identity. I can only be Bernard as opposed to Alex with respect to what's called a specious present. And the specious present is, in some sense, the shortest time scale we can ever experience. Which is for humans roughly 1/10 of a second. So time is discretized. So if my finger goes round at more than 10 times a second, you don't see motion, you just see a continuous curve. Now, we assume that humans really, many people, I should say, assume that humans are the only form of consciousness, and that therefore the specious present is a 1/10 of a second is sort of really special, and therefore there can't be other forms of consciousness, certainly not after death. But what an arrogant view, because it seems to me likely that consciousness can exist on many different levels with many different types of specious present, either physically based or even non-physically based. And I'm really invoking experience, because people have experiences in which their specious present changes dramatically. The near-death is an example of it, because sometimes in a near-death experience, you see your whole life in one go, as though your specious presence is like a lifetime. And in fact, I would claim that there are a hierarchy of specious presence, which correspond to a hierarchy of time dimensions, which also correspond to a hierarchy of cells and a hierarchy of consciousness. And so if we come, and I've indicated this, sorry, by these little figures. I mean, in my own model, I associate the specious present with a compactified dimension, and you can see how this is going to link in with these higher dimensions of M theory, for example. But what does this mean for survival? You see, they're really different notions of survival. The classical notion of survival is that when you die, your consciousness and personality persists. It sort of floats away, like in some form of astral body or something like that. And so when you're born, this mental body sort of gets anchored to the brain, and then when the brain dies, it floats away again. That's one view. But there's another more Eastern view of survival, which says that when you die, you lose your individual identity. You just become absorbed into the great ocean of cosmic consciousness. And so there are, if you like, two competing views of survival. In one, you maintain your individual identity. In the other, you just become part of what you might call mind, cosmic mind with a big M. In the approach here, I would say what actually happens is that you have a hierarchy of consciousnesses. It's not just a question of individual versus cosmic. That I would say in this approach, there are a hierarchy of levels of consciousness with different specious presence. And that therefore I would argue, though of course I'm not talking from experience, I'm just talking abstractly, I would argue that if you're going to talk about survival, you have to bear in mind the possibility that there are different modes of survival. And you might, for example, for a while be in the typical sort of mode of survival where you got an individuality with your preserving your memories, but you could imagine that there are more advanced states where you go on to these other hierarchy of consciousness states. And so I will just end now with my concluding slide. The problem of survival can only be addressed within the context of the more general problem of linking matter and mind. This might be achieved by an extension of physics involving higher dimensions, and the prime message of psychical research may be that the standard one-level reality of materialism does not describe the world completely. The survival of some form of consciousness after death is a natural implication of such a hyperspatial model, but this also raises the problem of the nature of personal identity and how universal consciousness can fragment into individual consciousness. I didn't talk about this really, but this requires a radical revision of the physicist's view of time. I would argue that you have to have a radical new view of time to understand even ordinary consciousness, and certainly to understand survival. So I don't know if I've overshot my time, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernard. And thank you for reminding us that physics needs to expand, and probably consciousness studies is what physics needs in order to transcend itself or fulfill itself. And also your point about the mind being non-local as perhaps the overarching umbrella under which we can then explore all these other fascinating questions. I also liked your new question, not going from parts to whole or from parts to nothingness, but actually now if we have one mind, if we have a whole, then now the question is how we make parts of it and how we get our individual minds. And of course, these modes of survival space and these modes of survival time are very juicy ways of thinking about that from a theoretical point of view. Thank you, Bernard.
My pleasure.
All right. So next in my list is Steve Taylor, but I've been trying to find you, Steve, and I don't see you here. If you are, let me know via private message. And in the meantime, I'll invite Jeff June to come to the floor. Hey, Jeff, it's good to see you.
Oh, good
Thank
to see
you for
too.
being
You can
here.
hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent.
So, ready to hear what you have to say. Thank you very much.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Thanks to everybody who's here and has continued to be here, which is fantastic. One of the advantages of going either last or near to last is you have an opportunity to hear what other people are saying and to say to yourself, well, what can I add to this? Because of course we've heard a lot of evidence, and which is not surprising, because there is a lot of evidence. And so it begs for me the question of, okay, well, with all this evidence that we've heard so far, with the additional evidence that we're likely to hear in the recorded videos and everything else, right, what is it that I can add to this? Am I going to tell you something, for example, about near-death experiences or past or even future life memories or channeling or any of the other traditional sources of evidence that you haven't either heard already or are going to hear compelling evidence in other presentations? And the answer is probably not. We've heard a lot of compelling evidence already. So instead, let's take the position of fair representation. We've been talking about all of this evidence to support the idea that there is this life after death. Let's take a moment to present the evidence that there isn't life after death. After all, if we're going to be fair, if we're going to address this properly, we should look at both sides. So I think this is worth a few minutes to do. Now, being that this is a perspective that's grounded in materialism, as many people have already mentioned, let's ground the arguments that I'm going to make. I'm taking on the role of the materialist perspective. Let's ground these arguments in those things that we absolutely know for certain. Seems fair. First, we know that during life we are alive. Well, technically, we don't actually know that, right? After all, when we have dreams, in which we are not ourselves, and that does happen from time to time for various people, we are generally convinced in those dreams that we're having a real experience. So if we're going to be fair, we should really say that we strongly suspect that during quote unquote normal life, whatever normal means in this context, that we are alive in some quote unquote true sense, whatever true actually means in that sense as well. We recognize that sometimes, such as during those dreams, we think that we are someone or someone else, someone or something else, really, such as during these dreams we are, but then later decide that we were, in fact, not that, right? Okay, fine. But this is a little bit playing around with semantics. It's generally accepted that during life we're alive. And that seems to be a fair starting point. So, to play fair in all of this, I should mention, so give me a chance to adjust my notes here, which will also probably mess up my screen or make me go about for a moment. To play fair, we should, being that we're playing the part of a mainstream scientist, we need to use, in proving this point, that there is not life after death, we need to use the same criteria that we would use to discount theories suggesting that there is life after death, right? So let's play by those rules. Namely, our data needs to be collected in a rigorous scientific fashion, and our logic has to be well formed. All right, that seems only fair to ask ourselves to play by those same rules. So let's take a moment, talk about what those rules mean. Rule number one: our conclusions cannot be the consequence of assuming the truth of those conclusions. For example, we cannot assume that all cats have 4 legs and thereby conclude that any animal without 4 legs cannot be a cat. That's not science. It's, well, if you'll forgive the crassness of the way of phrasing it, that's really just sort of philosophical masturbation. We can't assume something and then conclude that that has to be the truth simply because we assumed it. 2, our conclusions should be based on measurement. All right, that's what science is about, after all. Some scientists occasionally forget, however, that a lack of measurement does not logically imply the absence of the thing that we have not measured. If I am unwilling or unable to measure the IQ of a cat, that does not mean that a cat lacks intelligence, right? It simply means that no relevant measurement was made for whatever that reason might be. Okay, those are the rules. Those are the rules of science. We have to play by that. Okay, so with that in mind, let's sort of dive into this. Give me a sec here. Okay, so first, we know that consciousness arises from activity within the brain, right? Well, no, right? I mean, let's stick to the rules here. We don't actually know that. In fact, mainstream science, sort of in posturing itself to be better than all of the older insights, has certainly assumed this in the last few hundred years. But there is no actual evidence of that, right? And we need to stick to rule number 1. We don't get to assume our answer and then conclude it's true because of that assumption. That's not fair, right? So what have we seen? What do we know? Okay, well, we don't know that consciousness arises from activity within the brain, right? We have seen, however, that there are correlations in brain activity with what we understand as the actions of consciousness, right? Well, not all actions of consciousness, of course, right? And we should remember, as a couple of people pointed out earlier, we should remember that measurements have shown, for example, that meditators are able to significantly reduce their brain activity through conscious intention, which is an act of consciousness. So the correlations are admittedly a little unpredictable. Still, it's okay. Let's be generous and accept that there are correlations of at least some variety, right? Now, in fairness, we should note that those correlations got to be a little cautious about, right? For example, when you turn on a radio and measure the currents and voltages in and across the capacitors and resistors and inductors and so forth that comprise the radio, we see that the sounds emerging from the speakers are correlated with those currents and voltages, right? Which serves, I think, as an important reminder and to remember that correlation is not the same thing as causality, right? Now, you may argue with me, but the only way your argument's going to work is if you actually believe that your transistor radio is wooing you when it sings "Take Me Home Tonight" in hopes that it's going to get lucky with you. And probably you don't believe that, and neither do I, right? So it gives us a little problem, right, in following, or at least facing, rule number 2, that our conclusions have to be based on measurement. Okay, so how do we measure the presence of consciousness? Well, having established that it is unscientific to ascribe causality to correlation, right, we can't rely on neural activity, right? There's just simply no direct way to measure whether an act of consciousness causes neural activity, is caused by neural activity, or if perhaps both of those are consequences of something else. We can't tell, right? It's actually worse than that, as we have documented cases of people forming memories, and this is something that that Marjorie started us right off with. We have documented cases of people forming memories, which is a process consistently associated with consciousness, in the absence of neural activity, right? So using neural activity for this purpose is definitely out. That's not going to work. Okay. So how do we measure the presence of consciousness? Now, if mainstream science was comfortable relying on perceptions such as empathy, ESP, channeling, these sorts of things, this might be a little bit easier for us. But as the mainstream scientists, well, we don't, right? We don't accept that. So let's go with what we do have. At this point, the only means of measuring consciousness is personal experience of one's own consciousness. It's the only experience of it that we have, right? Weird, but it's true, right? I mean, surely you ask yourself, is there really, truly no way of directly measuring the presence of consciousness in others? Not directly, no. We infer it, right? Such as when we perceive another person speaking or moving, and we make an assertion that their speech and movement is like our speech and movement, consequences of consciousness, right? But that's not actual evidence. It's inference, right? Okay, inference may not be measurement, but it's certainly better than, say, just picking the answer that we like because it was the answer that we like. Not that anyone would ever do that. And I said that with a nearly straight face, so I'm proud of myself. Right? Now, inferring the existence of consciousness because we see someone doing things for which we would rely on consciousness to do, that's one thing, right? But to infer that a person has no consciousness because they are not exhibiting behaviors that we exhibit, right? That puts us pretty solidly in the category of concluding that cats don't think because they score poorly on standardized tests. That's not science, right? That's assumption. We can't assume things don't exist simply because our measurement techniques don't detect them. Honestly, the number of times we have had to be reminded of that throughout the history of science is, well, kind of embarrassing, right? And this isn't just about consciousness. There are lots of examples all throughout history of us saying, well, it couldn't exist because our instruments didn't pick it up. Like I said, it's embarrassing. Okay, so where are we here? We have measurements to say that we are alive and conscious when we are alive and conscious. Good, good. It's a starting point. We have no measurements, only conjecture based on assumptions, supporting the hypothesis that consciousness is a consequence of biological processes, and we have no measurements to say that consciousness is not present when there are no biological processes. Right? Take that in. Let me repeat that, in fact, because it's really important to recognize. There are no measurements supporting the assumption that consciousness is not present in the absence of biological processes. None. Right? And making that assumption puts us on pretty shaky ground. We have no evidence to say that consciousness is gone, since the only way we have to measure consciousness is through direct personal experience of our own consciousness, which we can only share by the traditional mechanism of, say, writing journal articles while in the state we call being alive. That's the only thing we've got in the scientific community. So to recap, this whole no life after death argument honestly is not looking very good, since there is no evidence for the absence of life, at least none that isn't based on assuming that conclusion as a starting point. And in the sort of metaphorical, or sometimes not so metaphorical, temple of science, that's about as close to original sin as you can get. All right? We're defying our very basis of a starting point. Now, clever mainstream scientists may try to avoid all this, saying, well, that the idea of life is that which involves biological processes. And here we should probably cede that point, sort of, right? But let's be clear about what we're agreeing to. Right? We're saying that when a biological system ceases to function as we understand biological systems to function when they're in a state that we call alive, then we no longer say that that biological system is alive. Okay, agreed. Useless, but agreed, right? If I define a bicycle as a single piece of equipment that has two wheels and handlebars, then a piece of equipment that does not have two wheels and or handlebars is not a bicycle. Sure, fine. But that's word games, right? As Alex started us off right from the very beginning today, right? When we're talking about evidence for life after death, we're not saying that a person who dies, that their biological processes continue as if they were still alive. That wasn't the point. Right? No one's suggesting that. What we are suggesting is that consciousness, a sense of self or identity, right? That consciousness endures in some form when this meat suit that we're taught to think of as ourselves ceases to function in the same way that it does when we're going around lecturing undergraduates and drinking beer, right? That's basically what we're talking about. Now, since the only scientifically acceptable mechanism for measuring consciousness, our self-awareness, only functions acceptably through a biologically active system, when making those measurements upon itself, we lack the means to make measurements about a consciousness not in that specific condition. Let me rephrase that to make it a little bit clearer. Suppose we ignore the overwhelming body of evidence that consciousness endures past the death of the physical body, of which we've heard rather a lot these past couple of hours, and which, alas, pretty much all the mainstream science categorizes, I should say, as unacceptable. That mainstream scientific regime has no means of making measurements or otherwise collecting evidence on the matter of life after death. Let me rephrase it once again to make that evidence slightly differently phrased. When a mainstream scientist tells you that there is no evidence for life after death, the only scientifically, logically valid interpretation of that statement is that modern mainstream science is not in a position to speak to the topic one way or the other, right? It's not saying there's no life after death. It's literally saying we have no information and we can't talk about it within the standards that we're using. So where does that leave us? A person has two choices. Either one accepts that this large body of evidence for life after death should be taken seriously, or one accepts that there is no way to form an opinion on the matter that isn't simply an exercise in making some bold assumption and then insisting that it has to be true because that's the bold assumption that was made, which isn't science, just saying. So, If you're going to take one thing away from this last 10 minutes or however long I've been going on, remember this. While the evidence for life after death, the data, if you will, does have variability to it, remember, all data in science has variability to it, right? And more importantly, there is literally no evidence suggesting that there isn't life after death. Only our fears of the unknown. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jeff. And I'm positively surprised because, you know, obviously each and every one of you come here to present whatever you want, and I don't really know what's going to happen. And so you came in, and you came in last, and you brought us this other angle about the no evidence claim, and you made us reflect on what do we really know, and how do we really reason, and the many usual flaws of a priori and circular reasoning and conflations and covert slates of mind and so on. And the no evidence argument and the evidence there is no survival argument and how they're mostly flawed. So yeah, thank you, Jeff, for putting the final mark on this first part of the event tonight.
Thanks, Alex.
All right. So I remind you where we are after more than 2 hours, and quite a few still joining us live. So we've gone to what could be called the first act of this survival opera tonight. So I want to thank Marjorie Woollacott, Alejandro Agudo, Gary Schwartz, Alexander Moreira-Almeida, Stafford Betty, Bernard Carr, and Jeff Dunne. And now we're going to conclude. And when you receive the recording of this event, together with all of these presentations, there'll be much more. So we're going to have the video recordings of Stanley Krippner, Leo Ruickbie, Helane Wahbeh, Jeffrey Long, Janice Minor Holden, Stephan Schwartz, John Ballard, Eben Alexander, Jeff Mishlove, Pim Van Lommel, and Bruce Greyson. I have all of those recordings already, so consider that the second act of this survival opera tonight. And just a few final thoughts. So you see, until recently, we were quite used to hearing from so-called experts on this matter, experts, of course, who've usually not spent a lot of time investigating it, that when it comes to survival, surely not. But something quite interesting is happening now. This surely not is morphing into, well, I'm not sure. But more, because, well, that's already good enough. It's a step back. And we are maybe now not sure. But then, having heard all these presentations, and of course, we could have brought counter presentations to the presentations. Well, we go from surely not to not sure to probably yes, with the caveat that as we've heard that this probably yes should not and would not be turned by science into an absolute yes. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in the business of science. So now what? Well, two things. If what we've been entertaining is actually true, then our place in the universe and the place of our loved ones, living and diseased, is completely transformed with respect to the inherited systems of thought, at least nowadays in our culture. So that's interesting, good news. And the second, maybe reminder, is that we don't know for sure what happens after, but what we know for sure is that there's life before death. So I suppose all of these thoughts, conversations should, in a way, reinvigorate how we live our lives while we're still here in this planet. So with that, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us tonight live, for the presenters that came live, for the presenters that sent their recordings, for the Paris Center, of course, for allowing us to hold these special events. And I wish you all the best. Have a good night and see you soon.
Years ago, when I first became interested in parapsychology, there was an attempt to classify spy phenomena. Psi alpha, in other words, ESP. Psi beta, in other words, PK. Psi theta, survival. Well, not much was done with Psi theta for many, many years. Now, lo and behold, it's achieved the prominence it has long deserved. And for this wonderful project, I'm going to briefly describe two of my explorations on this topic. Both of them have been written up in articles, of course. One of them involves a psychic sensitive in Brazil by the name of Moreira-Almeida. And for a week, we did intensive studies of him. He had no control over what had happened, so we recorded each one of the occurrences, most of which were apports, things falling from out of nowhere. And I collected all of the apports, as did other members of the group, including one member of the group who asked for a pair of linked rings and got it. And then I wrote all of that up in an article. And on my last trip to Brazil, Emir had now passed on, but I gave a talk in Brasilia, and I pointed out how he could have become a cult figure with all of his psi phenomena. He could have made a fortune and have been a guru with people worshiping at his feet. Instead, he cooperated with science. Now, my praise of him had some untoward results and unexpected. I went back to my room and bingo, there was a strange stone on the floor. The next morning, a friend came in. As soon as he opened the door, another strange stone back. Every day, there was a stone or a crystal appearing out of nowhere, even though Emir had long since passed on. I got back to my home in California, and I opened up my suitcase. There was a crystal. I thought, that's the end of it. I unpacked another crystal. I sent all of those to the Museum of Apports at the University of Edmonton. Now I'm in an assisted living facility. Things didn't stop. A friend of mine came to visit, and as we were making the bed the next morning, what should be in the bedding but this little angel? And the next morning, we made the bed, and what should appear but this little gourd? It's a half of a receptacle to drink yerba mate from in the southern part of Brazil. So the work with Emir was important because when we were in Brazil, we recorded every one of his unusual experiences, and they correlated at a significant level with high geomagnetic readings from a geomagnometer that one of my friends was monitoring outside, and also psychophysiological recordings. So they were actually correlates of what was happening with him. Again, that is published. It's written up several places for anybody that wants to read it, and you'll get all the information needed about Emir and his unusual apports. Now, even before that, some 10 years ago, I had an email out of nowhere. A young woman who wanted to communicate with me because of some unusual dreams she had been having. The unusual dreams were apparently from soldiers who had been killed in the course of action in either Afghanistan or Iraq. And when she told these dreams to a friend of hers who had assisted Army chaplain, I knew those fellows. I was on duty in Afghanistan, and I knew them before they were killed. Well, I took the time to record every single one of her dreams. And of course, we had to use a pseudonym for each one of the names because we were dealing with the military and didn't want to get either Amanda, which was the pseudonym I gave her, or Wink, the pseudonym I gave the chaplain, to get into trouble. And I also had to give the soldiers, the deceased soldiers, pseudonyms. Even despite that, I'm going to give you just a couple of examples, and you'll see how they fall into the category of ADC, after-death communication. So here is the first dream of the series. And you have to excuse me if I just use one eye. I am walking across the road to see a friend's new house before I can return to my house. I have to go through a building. I am in an American Legion building where I start playing bridge with two ladies. One lady is in her late 50s, the other is in about 80. I tell them I'm from Kentucky, and then the daughter remarked that her mother collects business cards from the record store. She visits in Louisville, Kentucky. She hands me a stack of cards, and then the middle is a lanyard with the name of Sanchez on it. I recall that all the special operations personnel have to wear identification lanyards while they're in the compound. I call Wink so that he can see what is in my hand. He says, I'll be right there. I look on the other side of the lanyard, and there is a picture of a rattlesnake with a knife through its tail. I think then Wink comes into the building, hugs the two ladies, and walks off with them, and then I wake up. The next morning, I called Wink on his way to work and told him a little bit about the dream. He came right over to my house. He told me that one of his friends, Jeremy Sanchez, was killed in 2004. The only surviving members of the immediate family were his mother and grandmother. Before Jeremy was killed, he was auditioning for a spot in a special operations unit. The symbol of the unit he wanted to be in was a rattlesnake with a sword in its tail. Okay, so you can see how what was happening in waking life really mirrored what was happening in the dream, as if Sanchez was trying to communicate from the other side. All right, now we're going to go to case 2. In this dream, I am arguing with Wink about the location of a venue for a special event. Then I go to walking down a hallway in a property where I've coordinated events in the past. I go into a large suite where a couple of sleeping rooms share a common parlor area. As I walk into the parlor, a man is sitting on a sofa. I sit down and start talking to him about the nature of his work. I also want to share with him my connection with the special operations aviation world and with Wink. He hands me a manila folder, and the name on it is Badrews. When I told Wink about this dream, he told me that a pilot friend of his had died on a mission. It was the first time that a manifest had been done in a way that would add the first 2 letters of the first name onto the soldier's last name. Britt Andrews was the pilot on that mission, but when the manifest change took place, he was listed as Bandrews. The manifest should have read Brandrews, but someone had made a mistake. All right, so again, you can see how very, very specific these dreams were in terms of their matching with waking life. Okay, let's go on to another case. This dream included several people. I hear a missile siren and dive into a nearby building. It is like an old college dormitory filled with young men. I realize it's this fraternity. I look in one room and a bunch of guys are together playing video games and talking. I ask for someone and they tell me they are in his room next door. I knock on the door and his roommate says that he is in the gymnasium. I walk into the gym and see a group of guys standing at a desk at one end of the open gym. I ask if I can toss the football around with them, and we make small talk. One guy says his name is Larry. Another introduces himself as Adam. And then I say I am looking for Patrick. They say he's over there. And I see a guy sitting with a girl in his lap. I say hello and tell him that he is not the Patrick I am looking for. Now, when I told Wink about the dream, I mentioned that I had a Larry, an Adam, and 2 Patricks. Wink was surprised. He told me that all of those names were the same as members of a group of rangers he knew. Larry and Adam were both killed in an improvised explosive device attack. Wink had to bring Larry to the hospital in 2 pieces. The 2 Patricks grew up in Ranger Regiment together. The first Patrick went into battle and was shot. The second Patrick ran in to save him and was carrying him when he was fatally shot too. The first Patrick died of blood loss. Wink said that the first Patrick was his roommate in Ranger School and that Patrick had pictures of him and his fiancée around his bed. Wink remembered that in every picture, Patrick's fiancée was sitting on his lap. All right, so here you can see again, very, very direct correspondence. Okay, we're just going to do one more. Wink and I were upstairs standing in my bedroom in this dream. We are having a conversation about a new end table. He keeps trying to open the blinds, but I tell him not to because I do not want people being able to see into my room. But then he looks down and sees someone whom he starts helping up the wall and into the window. Wink looks at me puzzled because he's surprised that he's seeing a man he knows is deceased. But they start talking about random things, and the man sits on the floor of my bedroom. A woman comes in and sits down, and 2 kids start climbing onto him. He says it's time for him to go. Wink looks at him and asks me, as an aside, if I can see the scars on his face. I hadn't noticed until he mentioned it, but then I see scars on the right side of his face, a big one on his eye and smaller ones on his mouth and cheek. We then start walking down the stairs with him. He starts complaining that his right hip is hurting, and I give him support, and we're walking and reassurance that he will be in home soon. I sit with him in an old chair at what would be the front door of my house. As he sits down, I take Wink by the hand and tell him that we need to leave him be. So, Amanda continues, when I spoke to Wink about the details of the dream, he said it sounded like even Green, the Navy SEAL he was very close to. The SEAL, in fact, did have 2 children. His right eye was a glass eye, and there were scars on the right side of his face from catching shrapnel. The fight he ultimately died in was in the mountainous regions of Afghanistan, when he climbed up a wall and sat as a decoy so the rest of his team could take over the building. He was shot 17 times. As for the front door of our house, Wink and I had blessed that door with sage, so to be the only entrance through which spirits are supposed to enter. Okay, that's enough. There were 6 more dreams, a total of 10. And let's just talk about some of the implications. So, the spirits said we wanted to let people know not to grieve us because we are very happy on the other side. And we could not get through to Wink directly. We had to work through you because you're more receptive than Wink. But Wink is the one who knew us all. So there you have it. Remarkable dreams from the other side.
The greatest criticism of anything that finds itself in the broad category of the paranormal is that it defies the laws of physics, and therefore cannot be true and should not be studied, especially scientifically. And life after death is no exception. But is that really the case? At its core, science is a systematic method for acquiring knowledge. This method involves observation, questioning, hypothesis formation, testing, and revision. It is a disciplined inquiry aimed at understanding phenomena, whether natural, social, or even conceptual. So it is not scientific to study the phenomena that might indicate life after death. After all, for most, if not all of our history, humanity has believed in some form of continuation after death. It would be intellectually negligent to dismiss this. However, there is still the problem of apparently defying the laws of physics. This might have been the case when all we had was Newtonian physics, but physics has gotten a lot stranger since then. My question then, given the observational nature of the beginnings of most scientific inquiry, and my own background in the social sciences, is, do we have any first-hand testimony, actual reported experience, that would confirm the current model of the physical universe described by physics? There was also another problem. The field of what was once called psychical research, now parapsychology, has wrestled with the debate of life after death versus living agent side throughout its history and largely argued itself into a stalemate. We might date the origins of this scientific inquiry from the founding of the Society for Psychical Research in 1882, and since then, the arguments from both sides of the debate have remained largely unchanged. A significant breakthrough occurred in 2021 when the Bigelow Institute for Consciousness Studies incentivized researchers to present their best scientific evidence for the survival of human consciousness after bodily death. And this is my contribution. When approaching this question, I found myself in an interesting position. I wasn't personally convinced that consciousness survived bodily death. My research experience had oscillated between compelling evidence and subsequent disappointment when discovering fraud or alternative explanations. This created a professional and personal dilemma when considering the contest. So the contest offered a true challenge. Could I find sufficient evidence to convince myself? But of course the stakes were also much larger than that. My essay, The Ghost in the Time Machine, built an argument that aligned with our physical understanding of space-time while explaining reported survival phenomena. The title itself encapsulates my central thesis, that beyond the traditional concepts of the ghost in the machine, which is non-physical mind connected to a physical body, I added the element of time to integrate all essential components of my argument. Two models of mind-brain relationship have coexisted, one proposing that the brain creates consciousness, and another suggesting that the brain receives consciousness. Modern medicine favors the production model, yet neuroscience hasn't located consciousness in the brain beyond neural correlates, and this model fails to explain phenomena like near-death experiences when people maintain consciousness despite having non-functioning brains and being defined as clinically dead. If the brain created the mind, like a film projector showing a movie, when the machine broke or was switched off, it would not be able to keep showing the movie. But we have evidence of consciousness when the brain was switched off. However, if we hypothesize that the brain receives consciousness, then consciousness can continue without the brain, which does explain the phenomena. The mechanics for this possibility are supported by Sir Roger Penrose and Professor Stuart Hameroff's theory of orchestrated objective reduction and Professor David Deutsch's constructor theory about information. Time has always been problematic in physics, and it did not get less complicated when Albert Einstein's theory of relativity led Hermann Minkowski to articulate a four-dimensional space-time, the so-called block universe, in which all time, past, present, and future, exists at the same time. This is also called Einstein-Minkowski space-time, and has since been elaborated further. Then recent research in quantum physics experimentally demonstrated that time is an emergent property of entanglement, hence my coining of the word time-tanglement to express this. To help explain it, I use the metaphor of an observer in a river. At a sufficient distance from the river, unentangled, the observer sees the whole river as a blue line. It does not appear to be moving, but when the observer is thrown into the river, entangled, The forward rushing motion carrying him away is the experience of time, the arrow of time, which moves in one direction. To cut a long story short, we have here a model of reality in which time exists in all of its entirety and only becomes experienced in the time's arrow sense through the entanglement of consciousness with a physical receiver of the brain. Now, while exploring these concepts, I found inspiration in Charles Dickens's A Christmas Carol, with its three spirits showing Scrooge, the past, present, and future, as if they all existed concurrently, just like in the Einstein-Minkowski block universe. This sparked my eureka moment. Are there real-world cases of people experiencing these three types of time? Like Dickens' three spirits, my research identified three types of paranormal phenomena corresponding to past, present, and future. These cases provided compelling evidence for consciousness existing outside our conventional understanding of time. Here I will highlight just three cases to make that point. The Ghost of Christmas Past. In the 1960s, 18-year-old plumber's apprentice Harry Martindale was working in the cellar of the treasurer's house in York when he heard a distant sound described as a blaring of a note that grew louder. Looking down from his ladder, he witnessed a figure wearing a plumed helmet and holding a trumpet-like instrument come through the solid wall, followed by a horse and rider and a column of Roman soldiers. What makes this case remarkable? 1. Martindale described the soldiers with historically accurate details that contradicted popular depictions, including their small stature and round shields, rather than the rectangular shield commonly associated with the Roman legions. This level of historical accuracy would have required detailed research that Martindale had not conducted. 2. The soldiers appeared to march through the walls that didn't exist in Roman times and walked with their legs partly below the floor level until reaching an excavated portion, precisely where the original Roman road had been, some 15 to 18 inches below the current floor. This height difference had developed over centuries as new structures were built over the ancient road. 3. After initial ridicule and pressure from a local church to stay silent, Martindale remained quiet about his experience for years, before finally sharing it in a television interview in the 1970s. He himself became a respected police officer, and he subsequently maintained his story throughout his life, so he was a reliable witness, one could argue. Multiple independent witnesses reported similar experiences in the same location, including a party guest around 1900, an American professor in the 1930s, and a National Trust housekeeper in the 1956 who heard the horn on several occasions. These soldiers, marching as they had done nearly 2,000 years earlier, suggest we're witnessing consciousness from the past manifest in the present, a true Ghost of Christmas Past. The Ghost of Christmas Present. Pam Reynolds underwent pioneering surgery in 1991 for a life-threatening brain aneurysm. During the procedure, she was rendered clinically dead through deep hypothermic cardiac arrest. Her body was cooled to 20 degrees centigrade, her heart was stopped, her lungs were no longer breathing, brain activity ceased, so-called electrocerebral silence, and blood was drained from her skull. Despite this complete absence of brain function, Reynolds later reported, "The next thing I recall was the sound. It was a natural D. As I listened to the sound, I felt it was pulling me out of the top of my head. The further out of my body I got, the more clear the tone became." From this out-of-body perspective, Reynolds observed detailed aspects of the surgical procedure, including the surgical saw that looked like an electrical toothbrush, with a dent and interchangeable blades in a socket wrench case, as she described it. She noticed that only a patch of her head was being shaved rather than the entire head. That a female doctor commented on her small veins and arteries, and that specific medical equipment was there, including the heart-lung machine. All of these details were subsequently verified. Reynolds wasn't near death. She was categorically dead by clinical definitions, yet maintained consciousness that could form accurate memories. Similar cases abound, including, for example, Al Sullivan, who observed his surgeon's unusual arm flapping motion during triple bypass surgery, Kenneth Ring's 31 cases of blind people reporting accurate visual perceptions during near-death experiences, and collective near-death experiences with shared out-of-body experiences. Modern medicine continues pushing back the threshold of irreversible death, allowing us to journey further into death than any previous civilization and bring back increasingly detailed accounts of continued consciousness. I argue that we should more accurately refer to these not as near-death experiences, but as post-mortem consciousness. The Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come. In December 1925, journalist Irene Corbally-Kuhn experienced a vivid vision while walking down Michigan Boulevard in Chicago. She suddenly saw herself at a funeral, standing by a small hall with a small box being placed inside it. The scene included specific details: 3 young trees, an iron fence, factory smokestacks in the distance, and her husband's family in attendance, though her husband was absent. Kuhn initially dismissed the vision as an overactive imagination stemming from loneliness. Months later, her husband unexpectedly died abroad from unknown causes. At his funeral in May, Kuhn attended the service at Rose Hill Cemetery, a place she had never visited before. To her astonishment, she encountered the exact same scene from her vision. The 3 trees and fresh leaf, iron fence, distant factory smokestacks, and a small square hole sized just for her husband's ashes in a small box. Kuhn believed that she had, in her own words, seen into the future over the bridge of time. As a pioneering female journalist with an established reputation, Kuhn risked more than she could gain by sharing this extraordinary experience. It appears to have been her only such experience, potentially ruling out any psychopathological condition. Kuhn had seen people who were not yet where she saw them, and had not yet done what she saw them do. True ghosts of Christmas yet to come. Beyond individual cases, my argument was strengthened by statistical analyses showing consistent patterns in reported phenomena across time and cultures. As I stated in my essay, the witness was always the weakest link in the chain of evidence, so I focused on establishing credibility and reliability of witnesses, considering possible motives, and finding cases with multiple witnesses or knowledge received that could not have been known beforehand. Also, by analyzing large data sets involving reported near-death experiences, for example, patterns emerged that showed the 3 ghosts at work. Life review, involving a third-person perspective on the individual's entire life, so consciousness observing the past as if it was still there. Out-of-body experiences when consciousness left the body and observed it in the present. And life preview, involving precognitive insight into the individual's future life. My approach involved multiple layers of evidence that not only made sense within widely accepted physical models of the universe, but actually supported them. The consistency across different types of phenomena fits our understanding of space-time in a coherent way. Occam's razor is often invoked to challenge pro-survival arguments, but I caution against its misuse. The key question should be, what theory explains all of the phenomena? Living agent psi, for example, might account for some cases, but fails with multiple witness apparitions involving previously unknown details. The theory of consciousness surviving bodily death more comprehensively explains the full range of reported experiences. My argument stands at the intersection of quantum physics, neuroscience, and centuries of human experience, offering a compelling case that consciousness extends beyond the limitations of the physical brain and conventional time. The evidence suggests not only that consciousness survives death, but that it operates within a framework where past, present, and future coexist in ways we're only beginning to understand, but which, perhaps surprisingly, offer first-hand testimony of Einstein-Minkowski space-time, not breaking, but supporting our best models of the physical universe. My name is Leo Ruickbie, and I've been talking about my essay, The Ghost in the Time Machine, and you can find out more about me at ruickbie.com. That's ruickbie.com. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Alex, and to the Perry Center for organizing this experience today on survival. I'd like to share with you about ION's survival research, past, present, and future. First, acknowledging the incredible giants in the field who have transitioned, Peter, Charlie, and Leslie. Deep gratitude to them for their support and work in this area. Before I dive into a very high-level overview of the studies that we have done at IONS, I'd like to let you know that all of this material, the papers, the projects, etc., are available on our website. So don't worry if it's going very quick or very high level, you can learn more about these particular projects. So first, I'd like to dive into the evidence of survival and what we've done around that. So many of you know about the Bigelow Institute of Consciousness Studies big prize that they did a number of years ago. We were very grateful to receive honorable mention for that essay that we submitted. And one key piece that we talked about was, what is survival actually? What is surviving? And so we created this various levels of what actually survives. So level 0 would be nothing survives. Level 1 would be a pure awareness state that actually doesn't have a personal identity or a personal memory. Level 2, perhaps awareness is a limited identity, but there's no personal memories or past experiences that retained. And then it moves on up to level 4, where we can remember our personalities, our memories, and we can actually interact in the physical world. So I think it's really important to, when we're talking about survival, to talk about exactly what we mean when we say, well, what actually survives? And I'll get into that a little bit more as we move forward. So for that essay, we actually reviewed the body of evidence. We took kind of a systematic review type approach and looked at 9 categories of survival evidence and found that mental mediumship and physical mediumship had kind of the top quality of level of evidence for survival. And you see the rest of those listed there. And we graded them on kind of an A, B, C, D, E grade, and see that mental mediumship got the top there. And we also listed, as you can see there, the survival level from those levels I just shared with you. And then the last column refers to experiments. So we designed 10 survival experiments that some of which have been done and some haven't been done, but rigorous experiments. And then we asked academics and scientists to rate the persuasiveness of each one of those experiments. So if this experiment, say on mental mediumship, was done and it had positive results, how much would it persuade you that consciousness survived bodily death? So this paper has been published, and the findings were really fascinating in that out-of-body experiences, veridical ones during near-death experiences, was rated the highest, followed by veridical mental mediumship, and then reincarnation studies, especially ones that had physical manifestations that could be tracked over time. So again, this paper is available for review. Jumping now specifically into mental mediumship evidence, Arno Delorme, one of our ION scientists, has been doing a number of studies over the years with various members of our team and other colleagues looking at mental mediumship. And this one in particular had triple blind methods, and they did find some preliminary evidence of mediums being able to access information from deceased humans that they couldn't know in any other way. And we included EEG there. So it was fascinating because there was an increase in midline theta when the mediums received more accurate answers to the questions. Arno followed that up with another study, another small study that included physiology as well, and found other interesting findings in the EEG, and you can check out that paper. More recently, he did a study looking at a task, and this one's really interesting because we're always asking, how do we do studies on mediumship in the lab. So mediums were brought into our lab, they were hooked up to EEG, and then they looked at pictures of deceased people, and they had to decide how that person actually died. And they did like 200 trials. So this is definitely not the normal way that mediums do their readings for sitters. We also looked at controls. And so when all participants, mediums and controls, were looked at together, they had above chance accuracy. But interestingly, the mediums didn't do better than the controls on that, which was kind of an interesting finding. And we probed them a little bit more. And again, of course, they said, well, that's not normally how I do it. And it felt perhaps more like an intuitive task rather than me being able to connect with each of those deceased beings. So we are doing a study right now, and we'd love your support and recruitment around this. We're looking for 150 mediums. And this is actually going to include physiology, but they'll use the Muse device, which is an EEG, 4-channel EEG device that they can use in their home. So we're going to do the same task, but this time, the first 5 trials, the mediums can take as much time as they want, and they can use their kind of normal mental mediumship process to be able to choose how that person passed. And we will also do controls as well. So we're really excited about this study, and we invite people to check out our website and join that. So shifting gears a little bit to physical mediumship. Now, physical mediumship is fraught with a lot of controversy, a lot of skepticism and claims of fraud for physical mediums. We are going down this path because we've received some generous funding from the Marco Project that is committed to rigorous research on physical mediumship. And we began working on this by doing a symposium, kind of trying to get a sense of the state of the science right now. And these recordings are available on the IONS YouTube channel, so you can check those out. We also did a Connect IONS Live that's available that you can check out on our website. And we had some white papers coming out of this, which was really fantastic as well. And the next step was for me as researcher participant to actually experience physical mediumship, which I'd never experienced before. Many of you know I have a very long family history of trance channeling and mental mediumship, but I'd never experienced physical mediumship before. So I attended about 10 physical mediumship seances, public ones from various mediums, which was quite fascinating. And I think probably the most compelling to me was witnessing this obsidian spearhead emerging from Bill Bolt's mouth in a full daylight setting. And I was standing literally right next to him. And as a clinician, I couldn't imagine how he could fake that I mean, I literally witnessed it coming out of his mouth. Anyway, it was quite compelling. And of course, from the researcher perspective, incredibly difficult to study dark seance settings. It's just very challenging to implement adequate controls. And so, I kind of made this list of various studies that could potentially be done and decided to start with more phenomenological approaches rather than controlled seance aspects. So we did a survey of many participants in public seances and then followed up with interviews. We've completed the analysis of that quantitative survey and are doing qualitative analysis on the interviews. So stay tuned for those results. And we're also doing a study of home circles. And home circles are really interesting because they're consistent groups of people that have the intention of developing physical mediumship over time. And so we're doing a baseline survey and interviews and then updates every 3 to 6 months. And I think this is really nice because these are not professional public mediums, and there's no financial gain for them to be developing these phenomenon. So switching gears again, what actually survives, and what does that survives go, where does it go? What does it do? So we were really curious about these questions in response to a call for chapters for the SPR, Is There Life After Death book. We did a study looking at just that. So we asked about 2,400 people. This was a convenient sample, but we did query academics and scientists and engineers and try to get kind of a broad general public sampling of this. And we gave them 13 options on what they believed survived. And these were the top 3. I recognize that myself is far greater than I previously imagined. My soul will survive because it was never physical in the first place. And I will remain conscious in some form for eternity. No longer existing was rated quite low, and then not believing in souls was quite low as well. In terms of what I will do, remaining on Earth was one of the highest rated, or just existing as pure awareness. And then there were fewer who said, I'm going to go to hell or purgatory, and then a number of people who talked about reincarnation. So another aspect of this that I find quite fascinating, beyond can we actually definitively prove survival, is how these concepts actually affect people, how the beliefs affect people. So we did a really large study looking at transformative practices. A number of studies have been published about this large study, but I wanted to highlight this one piece around contact with the dead. So if someone said that during their workshop they had contact with the dead, they had increased improvements in their sense of interconnectedness and also well-being. So I find that really quite fascinating. So regardless of whether we can definitively prove it, having contact with the dead can improve these outcomes. And then finally, another avenue of our research is around professionalization of mediumship and channeling. And this was accepted for publication in the Journal of Parapsychology. I'm not sure when it's going to be out, but we queried professional mediums and channelers about ethical readiness and professionalization of the field. We then followed up with a consensus driven development of a code of ethics for mediums and trans channelers. And finally, we are working on a paper right now that's very close to being submitted for peer review on evaluation of mediumship and trans channeling certification programs and rating them according to particular criteria. So there's a very quick highlight over many of the studies that IONS has done. Deep gratitude to all the supporters of this work, and you can dive more deeply into all of this work by going to our website. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Dr. Gomez for the opportunity to present today. I'm Dr. Jeffrey Long, and I'll be talking about near-death experiences and its relevance to survival of consciousness. This is the latest findings from one of the largest NDE studies ever reported. Experiences occur when you're near death, so physically compromised that you're unconscious or may even be clinically dead. At that time, a memory should be impossible, but NDEers do have memories, and that's the experience part of the NDEs. No two NDEs are the same, but there's a strikingly consistent pattern of elements, what occurs during the NDEs, typically occurring in consistent order. Confirming the significance of NDEs for survival of consciousness, the BICS, or Bigelow Institute for Consciousness Studies, several years ago had an essay contest for the best scientific evidence of life after death. These were 25,000 word essays, and they had over 1,000 contest entries. A panel of 6 very knowledgeable judges chose a little over 200 to review. So this is literally among the most stringent scholarly peer review possible. I was honored to be in the runner-up winning group. NDEs were the most common essay topic in the BICS contest. I'll be presenting the results from my essay from BICS with updated research. It's original research, and I believe among the strongest scientific evidence for an afterlife that we have. Started my NDE research over 25 years ago. That's the URL of my NDE website, called NDERF throughout this talk. There's over 4,000 NDEs researched and posted on that website. Throughout this talk, please keep in mind that a basic tenet of science is what is real is consistently observed, and there's profound consistency in my research in NDEs, and that's been noted by other NDE researchers. Special thanks to Jody, my wife and webmaster. Her efforts have led all this to be possible. There's hundreds of NDE scholarly articles that have been previously published in some of the leading medical and scientific journals. This prior research corroborates significantly what I'll be presenting today, and certainly the BICS essay contest also corroborates what you're going to be hearing today. 12 lines of evidence for the reality of NDE and its consistent message of survival of consciousness. Level of evidence 1 comes from studying near-death experiences that are unconscious or clinically dead, a common precipitating event being cardiac arrest. When the heart stops, blood immediately stops flowing to the brain. The EEG is flat in 10 to 20 seconds. However, when you survey 984 NDErs, as I did, and ask them about their highest level of consciousness and alertness during their NDEs in comparison to everyday consciousness, remarkable, over 3/4 state they had more consciousness and alertness than normal, even though they were physically unconscious or clinically dead during their NDEs, and less than 5% described less consciousness and alertness. NDEs are remembered verbatim years to decades later. It seems to be a very special layer of consciousness. Body observations are fascinating. They occur in about 45% of NDEs, where they observe ongoing earthly events while unconscious or clinically dead. So there's been a lot of research in this space from prior investigators. Dr. Sabom and Sartori notably suggested that what they were seeing was real. Dr. Holden reviewed the NDE literature on OBE observations and found 92% of them were without any apparent inaccuracy. I studied 287 OBEs during NDEs and found nearly 98% were without any apparent inaccuracy by my determination or by the assessment of the NDEers. These OBE observations can occur far geographically from the physical body and beyond any possible physical sensory awareness. We're now using artificial intelligence to analyze the NDEs on our NDERF website. At least 700 NDEs describing OBE observations have been found with this mechanism, and again, virtually all of them accurate down to the finest details in their observations. Absolutely impossible this is due to physical brain function. NDEs have been reported in the blind, including those born totally blind from birth. These are typical NDEs with vision. We now have a series of NDEs reported in the blind. Their vision is almost invariably at least normal compared to earthly vision, or often supernormal, and you'll see an excellent example of a URL of an NDE describing vision in a legally blind person below. Different skeptical explanations of NDE have been reported, the gamut of physiologic, psychological, cultural explanations, and the reason that there's so many is skeptics themselves can't agree on any one or several of these physical brain explanations of NDE that they accept as a group as adequately explaining NDE. As you'll see throughout this presentation, physical brain function can't explain any of what we're talking about, let alone the totality of this evidence. Or NDEs can and do occur under general anesthesia when consciousness should be impossible. I studied 23 NDEs occurring under general anesthesia. They occur and they're typical. Consciousness should be, if you will, doubly impossible, and yet when I studied 33 NDE elements, what occurs during NDEs, comparing what occurs during NDEs between the anesthesia NDE group and NDEs occurring under all other circumstances, 32 of 33 elements occurred statistically equally often. The anesthesia NDEs were statistically more likely to encounter a tunnel, but remarkably, there was no statistical difference in their response between the two groups to their level of consciousness and alertness. Even under general anesthesia, no difference in that same typically supernormal consciousness and alertness observed in NDEs occurring under all circumstances. Below is a URL of an excellent illustrative NDE occurring under general anesthesia. Reviews happen when during an NDE they see a portion or even all of their prior life. I studied 88 NDEs that had life reviews with the research question, any reason to doubt the reality of what they saw in their life review by either the NDEers or myself. Results of this study, perfect playback. No reason to doubt that what they saw previously occurred in their life, even if the memories of their prior life experience had been forgotten. For example, if they encounter life review memories of what occurred when they were toddlers that they long forgot, if they checked with their parents, yes, that life event actually occurred. This also illustrates the extraordinary acceleration of consciousness. NDEers are often, if not usually, unconscious or clinically dead for minutes, and yet here they are reviewing a portion or even all their prior life. The life review is ultimately a very powerful learning tool and very transformative, contributing to NDE after effects we'll get into. During their NDEs, they may encounter deceased loved ones. This is important because during all other altered consciousness experience we're aware of, dreams, hallucinations, if you encounter beings, they're generally going to be alive at the time of their experience. Not so with NDEs, where only 4% of beings encountered, typically in unearthly realms, are alive when they had their NDEs. In my study of 84 such NDEs, there were often surprise encounters, relatives or siblings that they'd never met and didn't know existed. They may also encounter people where they didn't know they were deceased at the time of their NDEs, and yet this was validated when they recovered from their life-threatening event. Deceased pets are often encountered too. There's a preponderance of relatives in life reviews, and Dr. Kelly's study of life reviews corroborated that only 4% were alive at the time of their NDEs, 96% deceased. Of NDEs, and I studied 26 NDEs in a group of children age 5 and younger, average age 3.5 years old. This is sort of an ideal study group because they're practically a blank slate culturally. They almost certainly don't understand death, concepts of an afterlife, religious viewpoints, if they have hardly any at all, underdeveloped, and certainly they have almost never heard of NDEs. I found, looking at that same 33 elements of NDEs between the group of very young children in comparison to the older children and adults, the content of NDEs were identical. This was corroborated with Dr. Sutherland's review of the literature on children in NDEs. Her findings corroborated with my study. Age does not seem in any way to affect the content of NDEs. Striking worldwide consistency all around the world, regardless of where they live or what their pre-existing cultural or religious beliefs may be. NDEs strikingly similar. That's best illustrated in NDEs from non-Western countries with strikingly different cultural and religious backgrounds. Core content appears to be strikingly similar globally. In fact, my latest research of 51 non-Western NDEs found that, again, the content strikingly the same as typical Western NDEs, and that's corroborated in my study of 217 NDEs shared in non-English languages. So once again, pre-existing cultural and religious beliefs absolutely do not seem to modify what typically happens in an NDE. Talk briefly about after effects. Prospective and retrospective studies find over and over that NDEers have an increased belief in the afterlife, reduced fear of death, value loving relations, are less materialistic, and have an increased belief in God. Late last year, I published the largest study of NDE after effects, which included a control group of 42 people that had a life-threatening event but no NDE, in comparison to 834 NDEers. The NDEers had orders of magnitude higher after effects or life changes compared to the life-threatening event without NDEs groups, strongly suggesting that it's the NDE experience rather than a life-threatening event that results in these profound and lifelong changes, the after effects after NDEs. Near-death experiences occur. This is when 2 or more people have a simultaneous life-threatening event. I studied 15 shared NDEs. They do occur. They're typical NDEs, but during the shared near-death experience, they may be aware of each other and be able to communicate. Here's an excellent illustrative example of that in the URL below. NDEs real? Well, you can ask 984 people who had an NDE directly, how do you currently view the reality of your experience? In my survey, nearly 95% believe their experience was definitely real, with only 2% believing their experience was probably not or definitely not real. And I would submit, out of respect for people's general ability to understand reality, it's the burden of proof on the skeptics. If they want to represent NDEs are not real, then they have the proof to present the necessity of presenting strong evidence that NDEs are not real. Skeptics can't do that. They can't explain anything of these, any line of evidence we're presenting today, let alone the totality of evidence. Research revolves around the concept that yes, we have a mountain of evidence showing that there is survival of consciousness, that there is life after death. So if there is life after death, well, what can we learn about it? 3 major afterlife concepts that I've been interested in and explored. We'll get into that. Directly, 984 NDEers about them encountering any information or awareness regarding love. Amazingly, over half stated yes, they did encounter such information during their NDEs. Here's a number of quotes from NDEers regarding love in NDEs. I won't get into all this, but you can see hundreds of these descriptions of love, remarkably consistent and unearthly in their descriptions, in that URL below. Unity oneness is often encountered in NDEs. Ask directly the 984 NDEers during your experience if they encountered any information or awareness about unity or oneness existing. Nearly half said that they did. Quotes about unity or oneness in NDEs, but heck, see for yourself. URL at the bottom has hundreds of remarkably consistent descriptions of unity or oneness in NDEs. Encountered. A direct survey question, 984 NDEers about information or awareness that God or a supreme being exists. Nearly half answered yes, responding that yes, they did encounter such information. Myriads of quotes from hundreds of NDEs of descriptions of God. You can see that in the URL below. Remarkable in their consistency, and certainly, in my opinion, not definitely explainable by pre-existing religious or cultural beliefs. The bottom line is we have converging lines of evidence. NDEs are real with their consistent message of survival of consciousness. Multiple lines of evidence with the key messages indicating that death is not the end, it's a new beginning. There is a beautiful afterlife filled with a vastly expanded state of consciousness. We're all deeply connected, and love is the very foundation of the universe. And in my opinion, these lessons from NDEs are among the most profound and uplifting truths ever revealed to humanity. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jan Holden, a professor emerita of counseling from the University of North Texas and serving currently as president of the International Association for Near-Death Studies. And today I'm going to talk about the afterlife implications of veridical perception in near-death experiences. So I'll take a moment here to get my PowerPoint going. And here we go. So yes, here is my information. And I'm going to start with an overview of NDEs, so we're all talking about the same phenomenon here. The term NDE was coined by Raymond Moody in his 1975 book that's credited for opening the field of near-death studies, Life After Life. And to summarize the 50 years of research that have followed this book, the bottom line is essentially what he said in this book. It's the vast majority of it has stood up to extensive research. So it's still an excellent introduction to the phenomenon. However, if you'd like a more recent summary, I highly recommend Bruce Greyson's 2021 book, After. It's his career memoir of who I consider to be the leading researcher of near-death experiences. So we know that the circumstances of NDEs are surviving a close brush with death or other extreme situation, that not only the close brush with death, but also like the extreme despair of PTSD or the extreme relaxation of meditation. These yield an experience that is qualitatively identical to the one that occurs during a close brush with death, both identical both in the nature of the experience itself and the after effects. So near-death experience is probably a misnomer, but it's maybe okay because perhaps the best circumstance to yield this kind of experience is a close brush with death. I conceptualize NDEs as having 5 aspects. Some NDEs include all of them, some include only a few of them. And particularly the middle 3 can occur in any order or even overlapping. The first aspect is the exit, in which the person perceives their consciousness exiting their body. And again, not everybody perceives this, but some NDEers do. Then the material aspect, where the person is perceiving the material world from a position outside their physical body. Then a transition between the material and transmaterial domains that involves usually rapid movement through space or some enclosure. And then the transmaterial aspect, where the person's perceiving and interacting with entities and environments that are not of the material world. They're beyond the material world, transmaterial. And then re-entry, perceiving their consciousness to re-enter their physical body. And after effects, we know, are transformative in holistically, psychologically, spiritually, physically, and socially. And we know that these experiences have occurred throughout history and across culture. The incidence appears to be about 10 to 20% of people who survive a close brush with death, and an estimated 5% of the adult world population has experienced a near-death experience. And remember, this includes both during a close brush with death and other extreme circumstances, and also NDEs vary in their complexity. So it includes very brief out-of-body experiences under extreme circumstances, or something very complex and long. So about 5% of the adult population. So what can these first moments of death reveal about a possible ongoing afterlife? Because, you know, I've tried to have people who are permanently dead come and back and answer my surveys and be interviewed by me, but so far I've been unsuccessful. All we have are people who've experienced only the first moments of death. And in fact, in NDEs, there's often a barrier where people perceive if they go beyond it, they won't be able to return to physical life. We don't know what existence is like after that barrier. So what value can just the first moments of death reveal? Well, subjectively, near-death experiencers report that the experience is as real or more real than usual waking reality. And you maybe are familiar with this Flammarian work where the person is getting a glimpse the transmaterial domain that looks as real as the material domain. But could it be that NDEs are not only subjectively real, but also objectively real? That things people perceive can be verified as accurate. This would indicate that consciousness can function independent of the brain, which implies then the reality of an afterlife, that consciousness would pre-exist and survive the existence of the brain. So veridical perception refers to a report by an NDEer of a perception during their NDE that, based on the condition and position of their physical body and everything they knew at the time, they shouldn't have been able to perceive, yet they did perceive it, and it's subsequently verified as accurate. So the most evidential cases involve perception of something that occurred while the NDEer was more than 30 seconds into cardiac arrest, when we know there's no measurable brain activity. When the experience, their perception contradicts or exceeds what they expected, and when what they perceived is verified by a credible third party. So I prefer the term apparently non-physical veridical perception, AVP, because these people are perceiving things apparently without the use of the physical body or the brain. And these can occur in the material and or the transmaterial aspects of an NDE. And I'm going to give you examples from each. So these come from a book I'm going to talk about more in a minute. But during the material aspect, a woman is brought back to the recovery room after surgery. When she regains consciousness a couple of hours after she's, out of the anesthetic and everything, her surgeon comes to check on her. And she tells the surgeon, "I know that I died during my surgery." He's shocked because indeed she did go into cardiac arrest, and of course they resuscitated her, but no one had told her that. I don't even know if they were planning to tell her, but she reported she was above the ceiling, looking through the ceiling at everything that happened, and she accurately reported everything that everyone did during the resuscitation process. Then which amazed him, but shouldn't have if he knew anything. But she said she also could see through the walls to the adjacent operating rooms, and in the room to the left of where her body was, they were. She saw them at the point that they were completing amputation of a man's leg, and they put the leg into a yellow plastic bag to dispose of that body part, and the physician who I saw him interviewed online, and unfortunately the interview has disappeared, but he said, "I don't know what's going on in the other operating rooms of the hospital." But at this point, a few hours after the surgery that he had done, he went back to the hospital records and found that indeed, while he was doing the surgery on this woman, they were amputating a man's leg in the adjacent operating room. He'd never been in that room because it was specialized for amputation. He didn't do that. But at this point, a few hours later, the room happened to be empty. He poked his head inside, and there he saw the yellow plastic bags they used to dispose of amputated body parts. Now, how could someone who's clinically dead for a couple minutes know something accurately that is beyond anything she would have imagined and was unknown even to her own surgeon? So that's an example of perceiving the material world. AVP can also occur during the transmaterial aspect. In this case, a man and his sister are both hospitalized at the same time at different places in a hospital. And he for heart problems, she for diabetes problems. And at one point he leaves his body, he goes to a transmaterial domain where he meets his sister. They have a long, complicated, in-depth conversation. And then she drifts away and says, "I'm leaving, but you have to go back." When he regains consciousness, he tells his medical team, "My sister died." And the medical team doesn't know anything about that, but they go and check, and in this other part of the hospital and find that indeed his sister had died about 15 minutes before his episode. So he knew she was dead before anybody else in the material world did. So that's an example of a transmaterial AVP. Now, in 2009, I did a study of AVP, and my research assistant, Nadine Van Daniken, found a total of 107 cases in the professional literature of supposed AVP. And so I analyzed them for their level of accuracy, that is, whether they were completely accurate, had some error, even one error, I put them in this category, and completely erroneous. And what you see here is that the vast majority were completely accurate, even, and I looked at evidential value, whether it was the experiencer only saying that they perceived this, whether the experiencer reports that someone else confirmed the accuracy, or whether the actual physician or medical records confirmed the accuracy. And what you get is just a lot of accuracy and relatively rare error. Well, in the transmaterial domain, fewer cases, but the same pattern where predominant accuracy, very little error. And you might think, well, maybe this is the file drawer effect, where researchers report only the cases that substantiate their point of view or that are dramatic in some way. But there are two reasons to think that's not the case. One is that many of these cases that I found came from researchers whose goal was to document alleged AVP. So presumably they were committed to reporting whatever they found, and they just didn't find much error. And the other is that a statistical analysis reveals that a vast number of unreported erroneous cases would need to have been not reported in order to render the number of accurate cases statistically insignificant. And it just kind of defies imagination that hundreds of erroneous cases were just not reported in the literature. So it really looks like these experiences are predominantly accurate. Now, not surprisingly, people have attempted to capture these experiences under controlled circumstances in hospitals. And Raymond Moody actually reported some AVP cases in his original book. Michael Sabom and Penny Sartori both did prospective hospital studies in which they reported actually multiple cases of AVP. A lot of those are what appear in this book that I'll be talking about in a minute. And but there also have been cases in which there have been hidden targets. So this illustration shows, here's the medical team, here's the patient with their eyes taped shut and their body covered everywhere except the area where they're doing the surgery. And there's a visual target that is face up here, lying here on top of this machine, face up, and not visible by anybody in the room, but if visible if one's consciousness is up in the ceiling corner looking down on this scene, it would be right in their visual field. And so there have been studies like this. I did the first one in 1990 in Illinois. There have been a half dozen of them. Most recently, Sam Parnia's AWARE 2 study that involved multiple hospitals. And the bottom line, no one has captured this AVP under these kinds of circumstances. And there are reasons for this. I'm not going to go into that here. It's not probably most important with my limited time. But important, what we're left with is vetted cases of AVP where there have been some paranormal phenomenon verified by a credible third party and investigated for its accuracy. And I love this statement by Charles Whitehead, who says, anomalies tend to get swept under the carpet until there are so many of them that the furniture starts to fall over. And that's exactly what this book does. It disrupts the furniture because it involves over 125 cases of paranormal phenomena associated with NDEs verified as accurate by a credible third party. So what these show is that consciousness transcended brain function, although consciousness is closely associated with our brains during physical life, and it can function with complexity and clarity even in the absence of measurable brain activity, which characterizes not all cases here, but several cases in this book. So the conclusion is that NDEs alone cannot confirm an afterlife because it only involves the first moments of death, but it points strongly to it. The best evidence comes from a convergence of data from research on a variety of transpersonal experiences, including NDEs. And this would be like after-death communication, past life memories, shared death experiences, and so forth. Together, these imply that consciousness preceded brain formation and will survive the demise of the brain in an ongoing afterlife. And NDE AVP cases contribute substantially to that convergence of evidence. So here are my references. And if you have questions, I invite you to email me at jan.holden@unt.edu. And I thank you for your attention.
Hello, I'm Stephan Schwartz. It's my pleasure to be presenting at this conference on this subject. Now, I suspect that many of the presenters have already given you plenty of evidence about the survival of consciousness. I want to focus on a different perspective a little bit about this. I want to talk about the continuity of consciousness and the social implications that arise from that. Because although most of science research talks about what is the evidence, the reincarnation evidence, the near-death experience evidence, the mediumship evidence, once you accept the idea that there is a continuity of consciousness, and you see that also in the terms of Max Planck's 1931 interview for the Observer newspaper. Planck was a man who didn't give a lot of interviews. And when they came up to him and said, you know, you and Einstein are the most famous scientists in the world, what have you learned? And they, I think, thought he was going to talk about molecules or fields or forces or something, I don't know. What he chose to speak about, what he answered was, what I have learned is that consciousness is causal and fundamental. You cannot get behind consciousness. Space-time arises from consciousness, not consciousness from space-time. Well, when you think about that, and you also think about the idea that there is continuity of consciousness, you begin to think about not just reality, but what you individually are doing and what collectively we are doing as a society or societies in various nations. If you think about it, culture is created by collective intentioned consciousness. That's why the Japanese cook eggplants differently than the Italians. So, looking at these issues and thinking about the continuity of consciousness and recognizing that if reincarnation is correct, and personally, I think issues about is there survival have been answered. I don't really think that's the right question anymore. I think the issue is this continuity of consciousness and what it implies. Because what it's saying is that what comes across from one life to another, it's not that you are coming back or that I am coming back, but rather that what I call the eternal self, what religions call the soul or the spirit, this eternal self will episodically manifest another personality and incarnate. And that incarnation will involve choosing your race, your gender, the culture in which you incarnate, your physical being. It is a manifestation of intentioned consciousness. And therefore, if what comes across between incarnations is information, now we know from the research, for instance, that birthmarks or scar tissues can come across. But the important part is that it's information and that it arises from choices. And so once you see that, and let me add one final piece, what the Hindus call karma. Karma is an idea which originated in the Rig Veda, the oldest collection of religious philosophical texts in Hindu, about 1500 BCE. But the idea was that choices that you made have consequences that carry out. And that if culture is the creation of collective intentioned consciousness, then what you see is that there are these sort of ongoing themes. So the question that I really want to address, focus on, is one of these culture choices better than the others? And the interesting thing is, you can actually get an objectively verifiable, factual answer to that question. Consciousness survives. Episodically, the eternal self manifests another personality that incarnates. It is a choice that is made at every level, from the DNA to the personality. And it is the accumulation of choices made before. So when you look at it from that perspective, which I believe is the correct perspective, what you see is that things which foster well-being are the right choice. The idea of karma is really an expression, I think, of what we might call empirical observational science. You know, there's a reason why every religion teaches some form of meditation. Why is it? And it's because over thousands of years, every culture throughout the world has observed that when people can attain and sustain intention-focused awareness, that they open up to a part of themselves that they don't always have awareness about. And in fact, I've done a great deal of research about this, and I see that, and you can see that the historical individuals who are famous for their creativity, or their scientific insights, or their religious, philosophical observations, all report, when you actually look at what they say about themselves, is that they move into an altered state of consciousness. And in this altered state of consciousness, they get some kind of insight. Just to give you one example, I was walking across the Salk Institute once with Jonas Salk, and I asked him where the idea for the polio vaccine came from. And he said, I got it in a dream. Einstein was canoeing after an illness and just by himself. And he was focused and relaxed, and it had the insight that became the theory of relativity. Brahms, Beethoven, Mozart all talk about this moving into an altered state of consciousness. This consciousness which is somehow they experience as a bigger unity outside of space-time. And when it happens, they have some kind of insight. All the remote viewing research tells us that individuals have the ability to open to this aspect of consciousness to describe things they couldn't possibly know, or in fact that nobody knows. My archaeological research, for instance, people describe unknown things that have been not known by any living human for thousands of years. So once you begin to think of a worldview in which consciousness has continuity and choices that you make set in motion trends that at some future time you will live with, you realize that it becomes very important about the choices that you make. And the research, as I said, shows very clearly. You can look at the World Happiness Index, for instance. You can look at medical research, medical outcome research, maternal mortality, infant mortality, elder care. You find out that there are very clear distinctions that arise because of choices that cultures, intentioned collective consciousness, make. For instance, in the United States, the life expectancy is about 7 years less than it is in other developed democracies. Why is that? And it's because of choices people make, patterns that are set in motion, things which create trends that go on historically. And so the trends that you're committing, this was the point that karma was trying to make, are trends that you may live with, not you, but that another manifestation of your eternal self may live in the future. And that the best way to do this, as I said, is by making choices that foster well-being. So let me leave you with this. Every day you make thousands of choices, all kinds of things. You don't think about them. You don't actually, it's not something you do a lot of analytical thinking about. You go into the store, you buy the toothpaste your mother told you about, or you learned about in college, or some friend told you about. You go to a restaurant, you order certain things you like, you buy certain gas, whatever. Every day you make these choices. I think what the continuity of consciousness and the survival research is telling us is that what you want to do with each of these choices is always choose of the options available to you, the one that you understand in that moment to be the most compassionate, life-affirming, and fostering of well-being. Because we know also from research, when collective groups of people do this, when 10%, for instance, based on research, 10% of any group, whether it's a church group, a school committee, a neighborhood committee, or a nation, when they change in consciousness about something, the whole culture, school, committee, whatever, has to accommodate for that. And that when you choose well-being, you produce happier, healthier, clearer, more compassionate, nicer to live under trends. And I suggest then that what you do is that you do this every day. You tell 10 friends you are doing it, invite them to join you as a discipline, and ask 10 of their friends. And if those people who are in this conference will do this, recognizing the continuity of consciousness and the survival, not that they'll be back, but that the eternal self will manifest at some other point, another personality, and incarnate it, that if we do this, we can foster and set in motion trends which complete and advocate and support well-being. The choice is yours. Are you willing to make it? Will you join me in doing this? Thank you.
Hello, I'm John Ballard. Those of you who know me probably know me because of my work in traditional parapsychology, studies of ESP, PSI. My work in that area began at the U.S. Air Force Academy back in 1969. A long, long time ago, but it was this galaxy. Anyway, my research there was followed by the psychology department closely. At one point, there was a visiting psychologist who came, and the department decided they would like him to see what I was doing. And I was asked to show him around the lab along with one of my professors. So I did so. And he found it very interesting. And he asked near the end of our visit if, why, how I became interested in this particular area. And I told him about my mother. My mother often had precognitive dreams, and they came true. And so I shared that. Later, the professor who was with me took me aside and said that I should not have told him that it gives the appearance of not being an objective social scientist. And I understood the position, but in this presentation, in this reflection, I am going to remove that veil and reflect on a few things related to survival. My doctoral dissertation was guided by Joseph Rishlock, a great humanistic psychologist, a man I greatly admired. In his book, A Philosophy of Science for Personality Theory, he talked about two types of evidence: procedural evidence and validating evidence. Validating evidence is what we tend to think of when we talk about scientific evidence. Validating evidence is what we hope to have through our research when we're testing hypotheses. On the other hand, there is a type of evidence, according to Ruickbie, that he called procedural. Procedural evidence is really what we deal with most of the time in our lives. Procedural evidence rises out of instances that occur, experiences that occur, that have an immediacy, a consistency over time, a sense of conviction. And these are things that we feel to be true very, very strongly. An example would be people who have near-death experiences. They have a very strong feeling about what happened and what it meant. This is procedural evidence of survival. However, it is not validating evidence necessarily for survival. Over time, subgroups develop that have procedural evidence. We agree that certain things appear to point in a certain direction. It is not scientific proof, however, but it's also still important. It's still important. So I'm going to share with you some of my experiences that provide procedural evidence for me. And I don't expect it to be considered scientific proof by any means. But I'm removing the veil and I'm sharing some of my experiences. The first one I would like to share had to do with an experience. I was working on a paper, an ESP paper, and someone noticed that I was doing that and made an appointment to see me. They came in and wanted to know if I knew anything about what happened after we died. And I said, well, you know, I'm well read in the research and the literature. What is your question? And the person began to explain that a few years ago, her teenage son had passed away totally unexpectedly. And of course, this was very troubling. And about a month later, in the middle of the night, it was 2 a.m., she said, she was awakened, and standing at the foot of her bed was her son. And her son said, Mom, don't worry about me. I'm doing great. Rooming with, and he mentioned somebody that who had died at an earlier time. And he said, we're rooming together, and, you know, here's what I'm doing, my job, you know, and he explained all of that. And she said, Dr. Ballard, this really doesn't sound like my idea of heaven. And I told her that, you know, based on what we know, it appears we often go to a culture very similar to what we're in. That's the impression. And she said, but it just doesn't seem like my idea of heaven. She said something else that was very interesting. She said, my husband was awakened also, and he saw and heard exactly what I saw and what I heard. Apparitions are one way that the dead may communicate with us. In talking about the fact that her idea of heaven did not seem like this, reminds me of another story. And this has to do with my father-in-law, who was a prominent Presbyterian minister in the South. He passed away, and it was about a month after he passed away, I had what a lot of people would call a dream. I was with him in his apartment. We went across the street to a park, and we just talked. It was a nice visit. And the colors, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe the colors I was looking at. I can't begin to describe how brilliant and beautiful they were. When I woke up the next morning, I felt like I had been traveling. I did not feel like a dream at all. I was exhausted. Sometime later, when I was reading through C.J. Young's works, I came across a passage that, frankly, I don't recall where it is in Young, but he talked about his patients, some of his patients who had a partner pass away. 4 to 6 weeks later, they have these dreams that don't seem like dreams. They seem like actual visitations with the departed. He said that these are dreams that we should study. Such was my experience. It did not feel at all like a dream. I felt that I actually spent time with my departed father-in-law. Now, some of these stories, some of my colleagues may have heard before, but so be it. I would like to share a story about my grandmother. My grandmother, Rachel Ballard. This is something I actually have a written copy of, so if you will permit me, I will share and talk to it. My grandmother, Rachel Ballard, and I had talks about the afterlife. She was not a well-educated person, but she was very smart, and she was really the grandparent I was closest to. She lived in North Carolina, north of Charlotte, my home where I grew up. She was very interested in the possibility of life after death. And we had several conversations. I shared a lot about reincarnation and Ian Stevenson's work and the people at the University of Virginia. This was in the 70s. And so I shared all this with her. I was particularly interested in the reincarnation research because there were indications in my family that my sister, when she was young, may have had instances where she kind of remembered having lived before. There were memories or feelings of being a boy. There were feelings of walking on cobblestones, and of course, where we lived, there weren't any cobblestones, but it was different. And what I remember is when she was 4 or 5, she couldn't understand why we had a mailbox. The mailman used to always come to the house. Why were they putting it in a box? So that made a strong impression on me. Later, as she grew older, she had a dream. And in that dream, she was in a metal bed and she was giving birth. And she died in childbirth. And she remembers the room was very, very yellow. And yellow was always had always been a color she really did not like. But seeing in her dream the person in the bed dying, she knew it was her. She knew it was her. So anyway, we talked about reincarnation and life after death. And my grandmother said, if there is any way I can contact you after death, I will. I will. 5 years later, I was still in the Air Force at the time. I was in North Carolina. I was in San Antonio, Texas, living there. And my wife and I and some very dear friends were walking along the Riverwalk, the beautiful Riverwalk in San Antonio. Our friends were visiting from Indiana. There was a sign for a palm reader, something like the Blue Lady. I don't remember the actual name. And our friend Phyllis said, "John, you should have your palm read." And I said, "Phyllis, well, you know how I feel about that." And she said, "I'll pay for it." And I said, well, I thought for a moment, what kind of a scientist am I if I'm not willing to go in there and be as objective as I can and just see what happens? And I told her, "I'll pay for it, but I'll do it. I'll do it." So I went in, and there was a elderly Hispanic woman, and she asked if I wanted the short reading or a life reading. I asked her about prices, and I did a life reading. So she took my palm, and she said that as a young child, I had had many respiratory diseases. That didn't really get my attention. My generation, that's not really that surprising. My guess, so anyway, I did have respiratory issues when I was young as a result of a fire when I was a baby. But I didn't find anything odd in the statement she made next, which is that women were very important to me growing up. Well, that's not uncommon. But then, a little later, she said something that really got my attention. She said, "You have the strongest love line I have ever seen." And I thought, that could easily be true. I don't know what she's saying, but yeah, I understand that. And that is not something you would just say to anybody walking off the street. And I was totally by myself. My wife wasn't with me. I was on my own in there. So that got my attention. She said it's very, very strong. She continued a little bit later with, "I see you going back to school. I see you in, oh wait, no, I see you're in class. You're leading a class. You're going to be a professor." I had a short haircut. I was an Air Force officer, and yet this is what she perceived. And she said that she saw me being a professor someday, which eventually that was my second career. My impression was that she was probably psychic. Her comments as she moved through the reading were precise and unique. I tried throughout to give her absolutely no feedback, tried to control my body language. And I paid her, I thanked her, and I started walking away. At which point, she stopped me and she said, "There is one more thing." Does the name Morris or Morrison mean anything to you? Somebody named Morrison has been trying to reach you and not been able to. Morrison was my grandmother's middle name. It took her 5 years. This is procedural evidence. It's powerful. It's personal. It means a lot. It's the stuff of our lives. And I am sure that all the people, or most of the people at this conference today, could tell you stories all day just like I could. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Dr. Eben Alexander, former Harvard neurosurgeon and author of the books Proof of Heaven, The Map of Heaven, and Living in a Mindful Universe. And what I'd like to do is share with you a brief treatise on my views as a scientist concerning the afterlife, concerning the nature of consciousness and the brain-mind connection. Now, I had grown up in a very scientific family and was basically a conventional neuroscientist following our main teachings of the mid and late 20th century. That is physicalism or materialism, the notion that only the physical world exists and therefore the brain must somehow produce consciousness. And that's the kind of training I'd grown up under. It's what I lived by. And yet in November of 2008, I had a profound experience in the setting of a week-long coma due to a severe case of gram-negative bacterial meningoencephalitis. It's one of the worst kinds of meningitis you can have. I started that week with a 10% chance of survival, according to my doctors. By the end of the week, was down to a 2% chance, and with no real prospects for recovery. So at the end of that 7 days of coma on a ventilator on 3 powerful intravenous antibiotics, the doctors recommended taking me off the ventilator and just letting me go. That was horrible news for my family, but the good news is within a few hours, I started coming back to this world. And when I did, in fact, I didn't even recognize my loved ones at the bedside. My brain was still too savaged by this meningitis. And yet I knew this incredible spiritual journey I had just been on. And I'll explain that very briefly. But to me, it was an incredible piece of proof that the brain is not the creator of consciousness. Now, that was not my original conclusion, because in that amnesic setting, I just believed what my doctors told me. And they said the dying brain can play all kinds of tricks. So you can just forget about whatever you think you experienced. But it was only in the next weeks and months, as I went through my medical records, talked it over with my doctors, went through the MRI and CT scans, all the neurologic exams, the Glasgow coma scales that were, showing deep coma through almost the entirety of that week. And it was a real mystery, because how in the world could that brain that I was studying, it seemed to be so incapacitated, certainly beyond the ability of mustering any kind of dream or hallucination because of the damage to my neocortex and brainstem. But how in the world did I have such a profound, phenomenal experience? This was a deep mystery to me, and that's what I wrestled with in the book Proof of Heaven. And those who've read the other books, especially Living in a Mindful Universe, it was co-written with my wife and partner in this work, Karen Newell, you'll come to realize that this is truly about a scientific revolution. It's something that's been about 5,000 years in the making. This is not just a short-term inflection point, but something much grander than that. Now, in the beauty of my journey, I went through various phases of a spiritual universe, beginning in what I call the Earthworm Eye View, a primitive course unresponsive realm, but then leading up through a portal of light, a wormhole up into this brilliant, ultra-real Gateway Valley. The Gateway Valley is where we would have things like re-encountering souls of departed loved ones. That's where we would go through life reviews, and I'll describe that in a little more detail in a few minutes. But the interesting thing is that those stories are very rich in showing us a world far grander than this material world that we think is the limits of our existence. And so that mental realm of the universe is something worth exploring. And of course, for me, in that beautiful Gateway Valley, there were many Earth-like features, but also many spiritual features, swooping orbs of angelic choirs that were energizing this entire scene. And of course, the best part about it, for those who've read the book Proof of Heaven, you realize that I had a spiritual guide, a beautiful young woman who accompanied me on a butterfly wing in this incredible journey. And I had a mind meld with her. And I think that her message to me was a central message I was to bring back to this world. And that message is, you are deeply loved and cherished. You have nothing to fear. You are richly cared for. I cannot tell you how reassuring and validating that was when I went through it. But when I came back to this world, I didn't know who she was, because I'd never read the NDE literature, but the more I read about it, the more I realized that that should be someone who is very important to you in your life. And if I had scripted this, my adoptive father, the globally renowned neurosurgeon who had passed over 4 years before my coma, he would have been there as that spiritual guide, and yet he was nowhere to be found. The further elements of that story are told in the third book, Living in a Mindful Universe, where I describe an encounter with my adoptive father's soul 2.5 years after my coma journey. And that was an incredible awakening that was enabled through my practice of meditation, of going within, which I highly recommend to anyone pursuing this kind of knowledge and understanding. Now, it turns out near-death experiences have been with us for thousands of years. In 1968, when doctors developed methods of cardiac resuscitation, they were greatly increased in numbers, and we now have millions of people who have had these spiritual experiences. In fact, one remarkable category of such patients is reported in a book by Ken Ring in 2008, a book called Mindsight, where he talks only about blind people, including a number of people who've been blind from birth. And yet during near-death experiences, they were able to see. Of course, they're not seeing with the eyes, they're seeing with, kind of holovision, with this kind of what I often call knowledge through identification. And yet it shows you kind of the power of the NDE and what it awakens us to. These are not vague hallucinations or dreams. They're incredibly rich journeys into who we truly are. Now, I'd like to talk a bit here about life reviews. Now, given my amnesia, the amnesia was absolutely critical for some of the deepest lessons I was to learn as a neurosurgeon, neuroscientist interested in consciousness, having a profound NDE. But my amnesia held some deep lessons in it, but it did not allow for an Eben Alexander life review. However, in my journey, I left you there talking about my experience in the Gateway Valley, but I went to a higher level through another light portal that was offered up by those angelic choirs to the core realm, where in fact I was able to witness this kind of origin of my own conscious awareness in that God force at the core of the universe. Saw that as really the kind of guiding principle of understanding all this is the primacy of mind and how we're really sharing that God mind and that binding force of love. Now, in this discussion of life reviews is something where I refer to the work of Bruce Greyson. He's a skeptical psychiatrist at the University of Virginia who has studied NDEs for the last 45 years or so. And in a paper in the Journal of Near-Death Studies in the fall of 2021, he discussed results in about 700 life reviews gleaned from his thousands of cases of NDEs. Importantly, about a third of them involve their entire life. And you might think, how can an entire life be covered in a 10-minute cardiac arrest, for example? And it's because that realm is completely beyond time. It's a realm where we can see birth, death, everything in between. It's one of the reasons why these journeys are so difficult to describe. We can even witness past lives and potentials for future lives, how all of that interweaves in these beautiful stories. Now, in addition, Dr. Greyson in this report said that about half of people who reported life reviews said they were reliving, not just a remembering of events. And even more importantly, about 3/4 of them said that the life review was from the perspective of all involved. So if you've been busy handing out pain and suffering to others, that might not feel so good to be on the receiving end of that, but that's exactly what happens in life reviews. In general, they're gently nudging us towards goodness, kindness, compassion, and mercy, and treating others with respect and with dignity. That's the deepest lesson from NDEs, and certainly a very strong lesson coming out of life reviews. And then there was approximately 84% in his study group of 700 life reviews that said it was more real than lived experience memories. And this eliminating of the boundary of self, the sharing of the dream of the one mind. These are the ways I experienced all this. And in many ways, the life review, I often say, is like the golden rule, to treat others as you would like to be treated, written into the very fabric of the universe. And I'll point out that there's also a process called a shared death experience. You can go to sharedcrossing.com to learn a lot more. These were first described by Dr. Raymond Moody in about 2011 in a book he wrote with Paul Perry called Glimpses of Eternity. And William Peters is a friend of ours who runs the sharedcrossing.com project. And you can learn much more about how bystander souls, loved ones, can actually accompany the departing soul on these journeys. And shared death experiences are an incredibly powerful strengthening of our understanding of all this. The other kind of phenomenon I'd like to point out here is something called terminal or paradoxical lucidity. And this is something that occurs often in people who are in coma for long periods of time. In fact, I have a story of terminal lucidity in the book Proof of Heaven. But they completely defy materialist expectations of brain creates consciousness, because these people who often have severe brain damage, like from metastatic cancer to the brain, et cetera, wake up within hours or minutes of their demise, and they have incredible lucidity, and they can communicate with loved ones who are there, and they have communication with loved ones that they envision in the spiritual realm that are very real. That's like the account I report in the book Proof of Heaven. Now, there's a book that we've written about all of these topics. It helps to make this course. That book is called Living in a Mindful Universe by Eben Alexander and Karen Newell. And in that, we use the principle of consilience. That is, in the scientific or philosophical communities, when you look at a really deep issue, and in this case, that issue would be consciousness, from many different perspectives, you can find an incredible alignment. And the primacy of consciousness is something that is dependent not only on neuroscience and the hard problem of consciousness, but also on the binding problem in philosophy of mind, the apparent unity of consciousness, non-local consciousness in parapsychology, such as telepathy. Something like 35% of identical twins have powerful telepathic experiences. Remote viewing, which Jessica Utz, the head of the American Statistical Association, said was absolutely scientifically validated in her presidential address in 2015. And of course, there's quantum physics and its incredible contribution to this notion of consilience, as Max Planck and Erwin Schrödinger, Pascal Jordan, and other quantum physicists noted in the 20th century. Consciousness is fundamental. That's something that's very deeply obvious from this discussion of quantum physics and in its relationship to consciousness. I love the essay by Richard Kahn Henry, who is the head of physics at Johns Hopkins. It was in the esteemed journal Nature in 2005. It's called Mental Universe. He makes it very clear that the way the scientific community was headed at that time was towards an absolute recognition of the primacy of mind in the universe. Now, this is something that the scientific community is waking up to, and with incredible power and understanding now. If you want more of the scientific story behind this, you can read our book, Living in a Mindful Universe, or take the free 33-day journey course that's at ebenalexander.com. And that 33-day journey, you just leave your first name and an email address, and you're off and running on an incredible set of concepts that come from that book, Living in a Mindful Universe, but presented for free in a community with more than 12,000 people who have taken that course over the last 4 or 5 years. So you'll find a lot of support there, a lot of information. You can also go to ebenalexander.com, look at my recommended reading list that has a lot of hot links to scientific papers and categorization of these topics. And also, I would steer you to bigelowinstitute.org. That's a beautiful website with 29 essays written by scientists from all different fields, all in support of the reality of ongoing conscious awareness after permanent bodily death. The last 10 years has witnessed an incredible growth in the scientific study of this phenomenon. The reality of the afterlife and of reincarnation is something that becomes very clear from all of this kind of effort. And I would also strongly recommend anyone interested in these topics dive into meditation. Meditation is simply opening yourself to your higher soul, bypassing the little voice in the head. As Michael Singer calls that voice in your head, it's the annoying roommate. That is not your consciousness. Your consciousness is the awareness. And meditation, centering prayer, these are ways that all of us can come to know through personal experience the reality of this infinitely loving and healing universe that we live in. And I would recommend go to sacredacoustics.com if you want to learn more about binaural beat brainwave entrainment, which I've found to be an incredibly powerful tool to enhance my journeys of recovery and understanding of the spiritual realm. It's all about the unification of science and spirituality, which ultimately is about the healing and binding force of love and unity and oneness. This is all something that's available to each and every one of us. The false separation of materialism is a bleak and paltry fiction. We can all awaken to this much grander reality. Thank you for your attention.
Greetings to those of you attending this Perry Center event. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today, but I have what I hope you'll take as a treat. I'm going to play the acceptance speech that I gave on December 4th, 2021, my 75th birthday, for the Bigelow Institute competition award ceremony, where I received the grand prize for an essay on the best evidence for the survival of human consciousness after permanent bodily death. The ceremony took place in the facility of Bigelow Aerospace, and you'll see in the background large inflatable components for a space station, which the Bigelow Company was building. Incidentally, the speech was submitted to the Cicero Awards competition, and it received the award that year for the best awards acceptance speech of the year. I hope you enjoy it. Here it is. If you had known me when I was 25, you would have seen a criminology graduate student volunteering in the psychiatric unit of San Quentin Prison, conducting group therapy sessions with murderers and rapists. Imagine my surprise in March of 1972 when I awakened from a dream, simultaneously crying tears of joy and singing one of the most sacred songs from my religious tradition of Judaism. Little did I know then that that was the moment that led to my destiny of being here with you today on my birthday. My great-uncle Harry appeared to me in that dream, and we communicated at a soul-to-soul level. I was so touched. I wrote home immediately to my parents and said, "How's Uncle Harry?" My mother called me right away and said, "How did you know, Jeffrey? That was when he died." You know, there's an old song about World War I. It goes, "How do you keep them down on the farm once they've seen Paris?" How was I to continue conducting psychotherapy sessions at San Quentin Prison after I'd had such an intense experience of the afterlife? Against all odds and all advice, I took a step. I created an individual interdisciplinary doctoral major in parapsychology. And you know, if a young student today were to say, "I'd like to have a career in parapsychology," any knowledgeable person will tell them, "Get your degree in some conventional field, establish yourself, get tenure, and only then can you begin to explore the parapsychological dimensions of life." So imagine my pride in 1980 when I opened the package and saw my diploma from the University of California at Berkeley. Here it is. And to this day, sadly, it remains the only doctoral diploma ever awarded that says parapsychology by an accredited university in the United States, possibly anywhere in the world, for all I know. Of course, it made it impossible for me to have a conventional academic career. Although along the way, I was able to help create a couple of academic institutions that received accreditation for offering advanced degrees of a distant learning nature that included courses in parapsychology. But mostly I've been able to pursue my interest through radio, television, and video. In fact, I've been blessed to have in-depth conversations with the thought leaders of our field. And my essay reflects that. It includes some 70 video excerpts with 18 individuals testifying as to their firsthand experiences related to the afterlife, and another 18 individuals, scholars and scientists, commenting on those experiences. Many of them These individuals are in this room. They're among the awardees, and they're among the other contestants who aren't in this room. So in part, my essay is a product of our whole research community. In 1994, I interviewed Francis Crick, the scientist who won the Nobel Prize for his participation in the discovery of the double helix nature of the DNA molecule. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that this is one of the greatest scientific discoveries of the 20th century. It was his intention to create a new research effort to prove that the brain creates consciousness. But he had the honesty to say to me on camera, this is just a hypothesis. Science has yet to establish that the brain creates consciousness. In fact, he said, Jeffrey, it might be the case that the religious traditions are correct and that consciousness survives the death of the body. Now, I think this would surprise a lot of people who imagine that science has already long ago established that the brain produces consciousness. Not true. Another person who I interviewed and included in the essay was my good friend Russell Targ, who worked for 10 years with one of our judges, Hal Hoodoff, to bring remote viewing to the public. And today we can say that there are tens of thousands of people practicing remote viewing. In 2002, Russell's beautiful daughter, Elizabeth, who was a friend of mine, died at the age of 41. Shortly after her death, Russell, her husband, and even perfect strangers began receiving messages from Elizabeth. For example, her friend Jane Catra was applying for a job at Duke University. And during one of the breaks, a staff member came up to her and said, Jane, do you know a woman with long dark hair who died recently? She's with me now, the staff member said, and she's urging me to talk to you so that you will give a message to her father who doesn't believe in the afterlife. But this will convince him. She's telling me that when she was 2 years old, he forced her to wear a red dress that she didn't want to wear, and she tore it off. And when Russell heard that story, he realized he was the only living person who knew about that event. And it convinced him of the existence of the afterlife. Him, a hard-nosed laser physicist. I also had a communication from Elizabeth. It occurred in a dream, and just like my dream of Uncle Harry, it was more real than real. And Elizabeth came to me in the dream, and I was so excited and happy to see her. And in the dream, I said, Elizabeth, how wonderful to see you. I'm so impressed with all the reports I've been hearing about the communications you've been giving people, especially physical ones. And just as I said that, especially the physical ones, the phone next to my bed rang. It was 3 a.m. I picked up the phone. White noise. As a parapsychologist, I would call that an example of instrumental trance communication. Since this award was announced about a month ago, many people have come to me, including Russell Targ, and have said, Jeffrey, this award is a vindication of the decision you made nearly half a century ago to pursue a doctoral degree in parapsychology against all advice. And it's true. But the real question is, why are we, the award recipients here, so many intelligent, well-educated people willing to risk our careers to study the afterlife? For me, the answer is simple. It's about self-knowledge. Knowledge of the afterlife is knowledge of human consciousness. And to the extent that the human civilization ignores this area of research, we are lacking in self-knowledge. And this gap in our understanding is a woeful, sorry gap. And let me take it one step further. Robert Bigelow has suggested that I might comment on where I think all this interest in the afterlife is leading. Here is my opinion. If the human race is to enter the community of civilizations in this galaxy, for example, capable of interstellar space travel, we have to understand hyperspace. And that means the relationships between hyperspace and consciousness. And that means understanding the afterlife.
Thank you very much, Pim, for accepting this invitation and for giving us your thoughts in a rather compressed way about a fascinating topic. I'm very happy that you accepted this invitation, because it's very important. I believe that future generations will hear your testimony as to this fascinating topic.
You're welcome.
All right. So now it's a difficult challenge of telling us in 15 minutes, 20 minutes about, well, three main things. Basically, one is a retrospective account of your own research in this area, your own results, the evidence.
Yes.
Second one would be where you think we are now when it comes to providing scientific evidence. It's never a complete proof, but evidence of the survival of consciousness after bodily death. And finally, some guesses about the next 50 years, where you think science will go and society writ large. So the floor is yours. Thank you, Pim.
Yes. First of all, I never talk about survival of consciousness, because life is a biological principle. And my idea is that when the body dies, your physical aspects die, there's a continuity of consciousness. That's what I call it now, continuity of consciousness. But how it started for me, after reading, I'm a cardiologist, so after reading a book by George Ritchie about his own NDE as a medical student, I was so intrigued that I started to ask patients who survived a cardiac arrest if they had memories from the period of unconsciousness. And within 2 years, between 86 and 88, they had 50 patients asked, and 12 of them shared the NDE with me. And that then started my scientific curiosity, because I had learned on the university, on school, that consciousness is a product of brain function. So it should be impossible that people can have an experience of consciousness, let alone enhanced consciousness, with the possibility of perception, with memories from early childhood, sometimes flashbacks and also flash forwards, and then meeting deceased relatives and having a conscious return to the body. This should be possible. And until that time, there were just retrospective studies where they thought it could be anoxia of the brain, or hallucinations, or neurotransmitters, or just dreams, etc. So we started in 88, a prospective study of 344 consecutive survivors of cardiac arrest in 10 hospitals in the Netherlands. The study was published in The Lancet in December 2001. What we found that 18%, 62 patients, reported a memory of the period of unconsciousness, so a near-death experience, with all the classical and universal elements we know. And then we want to know if there would be a difference, an explanation why patients have a near-death experience. So we compared the group with and without an ND, and that we found that the classical transformation, like the loss of the fear of death, a new insight of what is important in life, like unconditional love, compassion, empathy towards yourself and to others and towards nature, because they feel connected to everybody and everything. That's why near-death experience is also called an experience of oneness. And they have enhanced intuitive sensitivity. Well, this transformation only happened with the patient who reported an NDE. So that was very important. So we could exclude
a physiological explanation like lack of oxygen in the brain. All patients had been unconscious because of lack of oxygen. And we also, there was no other explanation. Also, religions played no role. If they were atheists or Christian, Muslims, didn't matter at all. Given medication didn't matter at all. Fear of death didn't matter at all. So there was no real, what we call scientific explanation why people have an NDE. And so the first and most important thing is, what is the brain function during cardiac arrest? And I report also in my article, also in my book later, the book Conscious Beyond Life, that when there have been studies done in induced cardiac arrest, and people lose consciousness within seconds when the heart stops beating. And there are no body reflexes, what is a function of the cortex of the brain. There are no brainstem reflexes, the gag reflex, the corneal reflex, and widened pupils are clinical signs. There is no breathing anymore. The breathing center is close to the brainstem. And when you have measured EEG activity, what has been done in studies with induced cardiac arrest in threshold testing of ICDs, you see between 10 and 20 seconds a flatline EEG. And these studies have all been done in animals, and there you see the deeper structures of the brain also don't function anymore between 10 to 20 seconds. No patient will be successfully resuscitated within 20 seconds. It always takes 3-4 minutes before you are successfully resuscitated. There's all outpatient, but also in the other prospective studies, in a total of 562 patients who survived cardiac arrest, there must have been a flatline EEG, and even they had all an enhanced consciousness with the possibility of perception. Another aspect is that the out-of-body experiences can be corroborated with theoretical perceptions, and there have been studies done and published, like the Self Does Not Die, and a publication by Holden, where they could prove that what people told us that they have perceived, and we asked doctors and nurses and family members not only what happened, but also which moment it what they have perceived during cardiac arrest was totally correct in cardiac arrest, in coma, during general anesthesia, etc. So that it's not an hallucination, an illusion of an illusion. And then what is important as well, that what people explain to us, that when you have a live review, you can have a cardiac arrest of 3 minutes and you can talk it for an hour, for a week, because everything happens at the same moment. You have future events, you have the past events, memories. So there's the consciousness, but which you describe is beyond time, beyond space, and everything is interconnected. Then you have the analogy, this quantum physics, and that's why I call it a non-local consciousness, beyond time, beyond place, beyond space. And this consciousness is not produced by the brain. The consciousness is always there, without beginning, without end. Everything is always connected, but you receive only a small part of this non-local consciousness as your waking consciousness, and all the memories you have during life, it's just a small part of the memories you have when you're out of your body, when you have your cardiac arrest. So that's a very important aspect. So what has been proven scientifically, that people can have enhanced consciousness with the possibility of perception, cognition, memories, etc., during the time that the brain doesn't function at all. I think that's the most important aspect. So our ideas about life and death changed as well, because death is just the end of our physical aspects. It's the end of our body, but it's not the end of our consciousness. And this will change the ideas about life and death. And also an important aspect is that they feel connected with others, other people, with nature, with animals, with plants, with planet Earth. So they are trying to live different. Another aspect is that because people cannot share their NDE with others, doctors, nurses, family members, partner, don't believe them. There's a divorce rate of more than 70%, because the partner, it's not the person who I married before. And so it takes many years of depression, homesickness, and loneliness before they can accept that they had this experience and that they know that it has a name. That's not the only one. They are not crazy at all. So it is spiritual trauma. And it takes years to accept it and then another many years to integrate it into your life, that you change the way you live. And also the important aspect is when you have a cardiac arrest for 2-3 minutes, your life will change permanently forever. So that's a very interesting aspect as well. I think this is a kind of summary of what I've learned. And I've spoken to thousands of patients with NDE. I've received tens of thousands of emails from all over the world in the last 39 years, and I'm studying NDE. So that's what has been done. And then your question about the science, I think, for me, it has been proven beyond reasonable doubt. It's never 100%. You can only have proof in mathematics, but not in medical science, whatever. There's never 100% proof, but it's beyond reasonable doubt that there's a continuity of consciousness. And I think the most important thing is that we have to share this knowledge, this insight with others. And I think most neuroscientists are very reluctant to be open. They're frightened to lose a position in university and to lose the research money. So the change will come from the general population. So my important aspect is talk about the NDE and its implications. I'm giving lectures all over the world. I've written many articles. I've written a book, which in Holland is now the 32nd print. That has been translated into 11 languages with more than 400,000 copies sold around the world. And I've given many interviews. I think that's the most important way I can believe that we can change our way of thinking, and that we have been careful with our planet. We have to be careful with other people. We have to give love to ourselves and towards others. And by changing our own consciousness, you can change the future of our world. I think that's a very important aspect. And this insight is also important for healthcare. How to treat patients in coma, how to treat dying patients with all the aspects we can have around the death, moment of death, like the end-of-life experiences, the terminal lucidity, the shared death experiences, the perimortal experience, and the postmortal experience of after-death communications. And after-death communication happens in Europe with 125 million people, but it's usually during sleep. It shows, they call it a dream. But it has a life-changing effect, because now they know that consciousness of deceased relatives are still there. So death is not the end.
Wow, what a great summary. We still have a few minutes.
We made it.
Oh, wonderful, truly. So what survives? No, you said survival is not the right word. So continues, but what part of us continues and what part of us doesn't continue?
I think the ego, that is the body-linked aspect of our waking consciousness, that is with greed, with jealousy, with making money, with having power, that is lost, totally lost. But the essence of who we are, which I perhaps can call the essence or the personality, or I call it the self with a capital, that will be there forever and will be connected with all the other people, all the other consciousness as well, but still has a personality as well, because that's why we can meet them in after-death communication, and we can meet them during an near-death experience.
That goes beyond science.
Well, that depends on what your definition of science is. So it goes beyond materialist science, because in materialist science, everything is true what you can measure, what you can duplicate, what you can objectify, what you falsify. And now when we talk about the essence of who we are, our thoughts and feelings, you cannot objectify, you cannot measure, you cannot duplicate or falsify. So what we think and what we feel, our consciousness is beyond our current material science. So we have to expand science towards some post-material science, which includes subjective experiences.
How is that done, Pim?
This has done to be open. Science for me is asking questions with an open mind. That's how it starts. And forget what you have learned. Be open. Forget the dogmas we all have. And then you can change your mind as long as you stay open. Serendipity, we call it as well.
Do you have a comments, advice for younger generations?
I'm very positive about the younger generation. They are open. I've given many lectures for medical students, for hospitals, hospices, nurses, also for schools. And they're much more open than my generation. So I think, again, they are looking more for internet. So for interviews, they're very important. I had recently an interview with more than 700,000 views. I think that's important. They don't read so many books anymore, but the internet can be an important aspect to change the mind of the younger generation as well.
Maybe this is the last one. I don't want to turn this into an interview, but that's been like precisely the kind of summary presentation.
Well, I didn't understand you.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask.
I don't hear you anymore.
You don't? Oh, wait a second.
Your picture is.
Can you hear me now?
Something wrong with your.
All right, let's wait. Let's see if it's the internet. Can you see me and hear me?
Yeah, there you are again.
I'm back. Okay, really the last
your
one.
Your voice stopped and your picture, you didn't move anymore. So yeah, I didn't hear the last question.
I was saying this has been kind of a wonderful compressed presentation. Maybe one last common question.
Yeah.
How do you face your own death, your own dying?
I'm curious. I think I have 98%. I'm sure that it will be nice, but also a little bit the process of dying can be very unpleasant. And I think the way you live will also the way you die. So try to empty your rucksack, all your unsolved problems, and then your dying process will be more easy. So I'm curious, but not really afraid.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Pim.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Nice to speak to you. Nice to talk to you.
Truly appreciate it. Yes. All right.
Okay.
All right. So thank you very much, Bruce, for being with us today and contributing to this very special event. I really wanted you to be part of this. It's truly an honor, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex, for inviting me to submit this video on survival. My name is Bruce Greyson. I'm a professor emeritus of psychiatry and neurobehavioral sciences at the University of Virginia. I've been studying near-death experiences for about the last 50 years, was editor of the Journal of Near-Death Studies and a founder of the International Association for Near-Death Studies. I'm going to discuss briefly the scientific evidence as it now stands for survival, what to expect in the next 50 years, and what, if anything, survives. The evidence for survival of bodily death, I think, falls into three categories. First, there's evidence that the mind can function independent of the brain. Now, that doesn't guarantee survival, but it's necessary for survival. If the mind can't survive without the brain, then there's no way it can possibly survive. The second piece of evidence is evidence that people now living had lived before. This is people who remember past lives or claim to. And third, there's evidence that people who are now deceased are still existing in some form. The evidence that mind can function independent of the brain comes from a wide variety of phenomena that are fairly common today. First, there's terminal lucidity, the deathbed recovery of lost mental function in people with end-stage dementia or other brain diseases that, as far as medical science is concerned, have brain that is irreversibly diminished and cannot be recovered. And yet people often report complete recovery, being able to communicate coherently and so forth in the moments before death. Second, there is normal mental function in people with severe hydrocephalus or other severe brain injuries or conditions where the brain does not fully develop. And medical science, again, has no explanation for how this can be. Then there's measured decrease in brain activity that accompanies the more elaborate psychedelic experiences. I should also add
in the few studies that have been conducted in mediumistic communications, the brain of the medium seems to be diminished in electrical activity. Then there's out-of-body experiences in which there is accurate perception from disembodied perspectives, especially in near-death experiences where the brain is not capable of hallucinating. Then there's detection of out-of-body entities when people claim to be leaving their bodies. And this has been measured with photovoltaic cells, with electromagnetic sensors, and with animal sensors. People have put the out-of-body experiencer's cat in a cage that's monitored, and the activity of the cat will increase when the person claims to have left the body. And there have been other animal sensors like that. And finally, there's evidence that the mind functions independent of the brain from near-death experiences in which we see greatly enhanced mental activity while the brain is seriously impaired, such as in cardiac arrest or deep anesthesia. Now, there have been some recent reports of brief increases in electrical activity in the brain at the point of death. And all these studies that have been published are seriously flawed. Some of them don't include people who have actually had cardiac arrests. There are, for example, people who are on life support, and life support is withdrawn, and they see a brief surge in electrical activity in the brain. But they also see normal cardiac activity in these people. So we don't have evidence that people whose hearts have stopped continue to have brain function. Now, in terms of evidence that people who are now living had lived before, this comes primarily from the testimony of people who claim to remember past lives. And at the University of Virginia, we've studied some 2,500 young children. These are preschool children who have not been exposed to all the things that adults have been exposed to, in which they report memories of a past life. And this includes cognitive memories, their name, where they lived, and so forth. It also includes personality traits, likes and dislikes, that will be very unexpected in their families, but can be attributed to a previous life. It also includes unlearned skills that can be attributed to a previous life. For example, children who can speak a language fluently, conversantly, that they have not been taught, that their family doesn't speak. Children who have musical talents or professional skills that they have not been taught. And then there are birthmarks and birth defects in a child that can be attributable to the past life. Often these are wounds inflicted and as the past person was killed. Then we have evidence that people who are now deceased still exist in some form. As far as I'm concerned, the most impressive evidence in this line come from apparitions of the deceased, either spontaneous or invoked, including in near-death experiences, especially in those cases in which accurate information is communicated by the deceased individual, information that no one currently alive knows, but can be corroborated. For example, where some thing has been hidden, or where some will has been put. And then we also have experiences in near-death experiences where they encounter deceased individuals that no one yet knew had died, so that you can't explain these by wishful thinking or expectation because no one knew that person had died. In addition to these spontaneous apparitions of the deceased, we also have communications through mediums, so-called instrumental communication, where the deceased purportedly communicate through radios, television, computers, and so forth. And we have encrypted messages that people leave when they're alive with the intent of communicating the code to decrypt these messages after they die. This was fairly popular in England in the last century. And more recently, Ian Stevenson invented a process where people can set a combination lock with a combination and then leave it with us that people can then communicate the combination to open it after they die. Unfortunately, the paper messages, some of them, one, in fact, that British parapsychologist Allan left, has been decrypted by a computer program. Somebody just took a long poem that Gauld wrote, encrypted, and put it through a computer decryption program and was able to turn it right. So I don't think that those are the best evidence. No one so far, I should say, has been able to open any of the combination locks in Ian's collection. So with all this evidence that the mind functions independent of the brain, or can under certain circumstances, that people now alive had once lived before, and the people who are now deceased still exist in some form, am I convinced that consciousness survives death? As a scientist, I cannot say that that's been proven. But I do say that the evidence we have so far is more readily explained by the hypothesis that mind is independent of the body and its survival of death than by the hypothesis that mind is solely a product of the brain. So what do I expect to happen in the next 50 years? Will we see more evidence? I think so, but I can't tell you what that is. As biologist Lewis Thomas wrote, it's hard to predict how science is going to turn out. And if it's really good science, it's impossible to predict. This is the nature of the enterprise. If things to be found are really new, they're by definition unknown in advance. And there's no way of telling in advance where a really new line of inquiry will lead. I'm very encouraged, though, that the younger generation of researchers who are now functioning primarily in Europe and New Zealand, in addition to the US, bring to this field special experience in fields that we didn't have, either in brain sciences or transcultural psychiatry or psychology, that may really expand the scope of our research and our evidence in the future. So that brings us to the bottom line. What is it that survives? One of the problems we have with all the evidence for survival is that it's contradictory. It contradicts itself on what survival might be like. The evidence, for example, from children who remember past lives often contradicts evidence from apparitions and mediumistic communications. How can someone be reincarnated and also be available to communicate from the other world with mediums and so forth? And both those sources often contradict the evidence from near-death experiences. Why is that? Well, most near-death experiences will say that there are no words to express what happened to them in the NDE, that they have no language to describe what the post-mortem world will be like, or indeed what they were like. Many, in fact, say that our brains are incapable of processing the information about the non-physical world. And indeed, that fits with the fact that the brain evolved in order to help us navigate the physical world. So why should it be able to understand things that are not part of the physical world? So in order to communicate with the rest of us, when we demand NDEers tell us what happened, NDEers, and in fact deceased individuals, must resort to metaphors to describe to us what happened. And those necessarily come from their religious and cultural backgrounds. So that explains why reports of what survives and the conditions of survival are contradictory and should not be taken at face value. So what survives? I don't know. I suspect that whatever it is, whatever form consciousness takes after death, and whatever form the afterlife will be like, is far beyond our imagination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruce. That's truly a lot. That's truly a lot in a few minutes, and it's very complete. Fantastic. I would have questions, but part of the rules of this format is that we won't. But maybe we can continue later. Thank you very much.